Video is on.
Video killed the radio star. Remember that?
Yes, Victor's on.
That was the first song that ever played on MTV. The rest of the board trustees? Kelly?
Yes. Kelly, Nora, Dan, Victor, they're all there.
All right,
Everything's live.
everything's live, okay. Good evening, and welcome to the October 13th, 2020 Board of Trustees work session. May I have a motion to open this meeting, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you. It is anticipated that we will go into executive session, and I believe we should do that first. We're not going to talk about court personnel tonight, but there's appointments to boards and commissions. It is anticipated the motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(f) of the New York State Public Officers Law to discuss matters leading to the appointment of a member of the flood board, and I think we also have the Arts Council.
Yes.
Is there any other? No.
No.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay. Oh,
That includes advice of counsel?
yeah, it always includes advice of counsel, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Bob is not here as an FYI, so if it's something for Bob, you might want to.
Are we expecting him?
Yeah, he should be coming. He just might be a few minutes late. I'm not sure. It could be as few as a couple minutes, or it could be half an hour. He's on another call.
Okay.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, I'll see you folks all in executive session.
Okay.
You know how to start that?
Why don't you do it so I don't just fuck up?
Okay.
Together, just to have a laugh or sing a song.
Video and sound is on.
Okay, is the whole gang here?
Kelly,
Yeah, you all right?
Yes.
Good evening and welcome back. We are back from executive session. We are now going to go back into our work session. There were no actions to report in executive session. June, item 1A, old business is Juneteenth celebration of Village of Mamaroneck. There has been no progress on this. We have not met with the group yet. When there is more information, since I volunteered to work with that group, I will relate it. But everyone has been kind of a little busy in the last few weeks. Item 1B, traffic safety recommendations is on for regular meeting. B1 is lowering the speed limit on Fenimore Road to 25 miles per hour. I think when we were lowering speed limits in the village, we thought that Fenimore Road in the village of Mamaroneck belonged to the county, and we thought an error, and it does not belong to the county. Apparently, it is our purview. So we are going to lower that. You know, if the proposal is to lower that to 25 miles per hour. Does anybody have any discussion about that?
This is something that the Traffic Commission is strongly backing. We recently did a safety assessment, walking safety assessment on Mount Pleasant or Prospect. God, I get confused. But Fenimore, the intersection at Fenimore, and I think this will help considerably. I hope so. And for anyone who has spoken with Shannon Purdy or met with the Traffic Commission and heard her presentations on the difference it makes when you reduce the speed limit from 25 to 30 and the injuries that are caused in that 5 mile difference, it's pretty shocking. So this is a great thing to do.
Okay. Everybody else is fine with it?
Yep.
So that will be on for the regular meeting. And the last is providing a handicap space on Center Avenue. This is pretty self-explanatory. It's I guess there is a handicapped person who lives on Center Avenue. I think this is in the industrial area.
It is.
And they are desirous of a space. Just to point out, though, that if a handicap space is put down there, it isn't a private space.
Right.
It is a space for any handicapped person, but obviously there's not a lot of people who live down there, and it probably work out well for the person who requested it. I have no problem with that. Does anybody on the board have any problem with that?
No, this will help.
Okay, so I imagine that's going to go on a regular meeting. Okay, so those are items for the regular meeting. Grant writing services on for regular meeting. We talked about this. This is the outfit that is currently serving the village of Mamaroneck and has got us some money in the past. Everybody's in favor of putting this on for a regular meeting? Any questions?
I have a couple questions. I mean, is this, we're spending a lot and we're really trying to think about how we spend money. And I know that, I think we would have gotten the EFC grant without their help. I mean, I think that's the New York State Water Quality Grant. So is this really a good use of our funding It seems like most of the grants are on hold anyway. And is this something we should be, is this an expense we should be making?
Can I add a question to that so that we get it all at once? Would it be a good idea to just maybe do a 6-month? I remember when this came on board, this was before the board members came in. They were very successful and very in a way, a new approach. And at NICOM, they got a lot of attention. So they made a lot of good progress at the beginning, but now there's a lot of the same grants that everybody's going after. So my question is whether should we just maybe do it for 6 months or something as we calibrate them, calibrate what's really going on now. So anyway, those are the questions to add to what Nora was asking.
Okay, Jerry or Dan, you want to speak to this?
Other than the assistance that they provided for the EFC grant, which they did a lot of work, and we didn't have to do a lot of that work, they were able to obtain over $200,000 for us. But it's whatever the board desires. If they want to go 6 months at a time, we don't have an issue with that. There are a lot of grants that are still on the table that they're still trying to go after for us. But it's whatever the board feels is appropriate as far as the $36,000 a year that it costs for this service.
Yeah, I think that for $36,000 a year, exclusive of the water grant, they got us $200,000. It's a good investment. And they have a lot of irons in the fire.
Yeah.
And I think it's money well spent. I think it's, we have to look at every avenue of getting outside revenue for the village of Mamaroneck. And what they also do is they free up village staff time to do other things. I know that before we had them, Mr. Sarnoff was spending a lot of his time writing grants. And, I would propose that in the past months when Mr. Sarnoff was in charge of the building department, he would not have had time to write grants.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it wasn't just me writing grants, it was several other members of the staff, especially when it came time to
But
the,
the point being is that it
it's a lot of time.
Well, the question,
project
I think
manager?
Tom is raising the question, Jerry, is if we did not hire them, who in staff would be able to do this?
So the $3,000 a month, in essence, Dan, gets us a staff person that works in another building for another company, watching over every single grant that we either are applying for or could go after. And so it's hard to judge who would be responsible for doing that here and if they had time, but I would lean on Mr. Sarnoff a lot more to be able to do that work, but then he would be responsible for going after identifying the grants, keeping track of the grants, understanding, when they open, when they close, creating the letters of interest. There's a lot of work that we get out of this company for $3,000 a month.
So who's the project manager? Is it Dan? Who oversees them, or Jerry, do you directly?
Dan. So
Yeah.
Dan oversees.
Dan directs them, okay.
Yeah,
Dan directs them.
So
we have
I-
bi-monthly.
and then I think at this point, then I can agree that it's a good, as long as you're over on top of them, making sure that they are doing the best they can and tailoring things for us. I think let's continue and let's check or just keep us informed of
Okay.
opportunities and what's being created so that it really we were able to score more of those.
If I can just add a comment, I made this comment last year. My concern, I think having a company that does this work for the village is a good thing. I don't know if there are other companies out there that do it. My concern has always been that if there's this one company that seems to work for all the municipalities,
Mhm.
there just seems to me a professional conflict of interest that how do we know they're putting us first when they're also working for the competing municipalities? And so I just wonder if, next year if we can just keep in the back of our minds that while this is a good service to have and it gets us more than we pay, is there a better way to do it? Is there another company that does it who might have a more tailored approach to us?
Well, I mean, we might be able to use an individual grant writer. I don't think we necessarily need a company. We need somebody who can write grants. I mean, that's, in the nonprofit world, you hire people to write grants.
Yeah.
You hire them to write the grant. You don't pay them a percentage. You hire them to write the grant because there's a conflict about paying for a percentage. So maybe we want to look for somebody who's got skills in grant writing closer to home that would be more tailored. Because I think you're right, Kelly. I think you're absolutely right. They're applying.
Better. Go ahead.
Well, they're applying for the same grants,
right,
for a lot of different municipalities.
Right. I think though we want more than someone who can write the grant proposals. I mean, we want someone who's looking for them and who just has their fingers all over in the grant world, that they can find things that we might be eligible for.
Yeah.
Well, that's what grant writers do. I mean, there are people who do it for municipalities. There are people who do it for arts organizations.
They do more than just writing, though. That's my concern. You just don't want someone who can just write the application. Yeah.
Okay, so this will be all for tonight.
Thank you.
I remediation areas 7, 9, and 10. Who wants to speak to this, Jerry? People who are watching, I is inflow and infiltration. It's water getting into the sanitary sewer. Inflow is when somebody has a sump pump, let's say, or somebody connects their leaders to the sanitary sewer. That's inflow. Infiltration is when there are cracks in the pipes and the groundwater seeps into the sanitary sewer. In theory, the sanitary sewer should have nothing but what comes from the drains and the toiletry in your house, and goes right down to the bottom of the hill here on the Mamaroneck Avenue sewage treatment plant. So just use that as a setup. Jerry, please.
So Mayor and Board, based on a study from previous years where a company called Arcadis did the investigation work in areas 8, 11, 13, 14, and forgive me because I don't know exactly where the areas are without looking at the map and trying to find the 8 and the 11. We have to continue to satisfy order and consent, and also litigation that's currently, well, I don't know how Bob want to categorize it. I guess based on litigation that we lost, correct?
Well, Save the Sound, if you remember, the Save the Sound case was settled about 4 years ago with a commitment to complete all of the sewer remediation work by the end of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't happen. So we're in discussions now with Save the Sound about basically developing a new compliance schedule.
So this would be the second and last portion of the areas of the village that need to have the investigative work completed. This quote is just under 170,000. Our consulting engineer submitted a quote for, I'm not going to flip through the pages, somewhere around $153,000 to do all this work in this area. And it's extensive. We've read through it. We've had meetings about it. Ideally, the way this should work is the areas that I previously mentioned, 8, 11, 13, and 14. We have a bid document that's ready to go to be put out to bid for remediation and the work involved in those areas, the repair of those areas. And at the same time, we should be doing this investigative work so that once the company that we award the work to regarding the cast in place and the repairs of the laterals would move from 8, 11, 13, 14 into 7, 9, and 10. We could continuously we would just bring that company and complete all these areas to try to satisfy our timeline, which of course is extended and, something that we have to continue to work on before we get really jammed up with our latest extension that we were awarded. So that's where we are here.
Question, you mentioned you were going to get another proposal? Did you get it?
Yeah, we got another proposal. I'm not sure if I made it, if I was able to get it in here. Dan, do you recall if you were able to put it in here?
I might have put it on the next meeting. I'm not sure.
All right, so I do have another proposal, Victor, and it's just for slightly less, about $14,000 less than what we have here from Arcadis.
Okay.
Ideally, Arcadis has worked with us in the past. They know our village. They're aware of these areas, but prices are prices. So, and then as far as the bid document that's going to be released so that we can start to get bids back, we suspect that those bids will come back in the $4 to $5 million range, of which we have from the previous discussion, $1,082,000 to be able to use for that work.
Okay, well, thank you.
And Jerry, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Victor. Go ahead.
So let me finish. No, first off, I just want to clarify, because Bob mentioned the Save the Sound litigation. Actually, there's that component of it, but we more recently, and I think actually more important, we have the order on consent with the DEC.
Yeah.
That was approved about 6 months ago. That's the one I go with. And I do have to disclose, although it's way back, that was 4 years ago. I was recused in Save the Sound litigation as I worked for them in those days. But not only the time has passed, but this is separate, related, but separate in such a way that I feel comfortable working and actually following this since before I was as a trustee and following Arcadis. So let me give you my take quickly. We spent over $1 million with them just on the investigation.
Yep.
Where they've given us a lot of good sophisticated mapping, all the data that could be folded into the actual work. But easily we've gone over $500,000 on just studying, and we're just lagging behind. So at this point, I will support this. However, I do have to tell you, the way they work is sometimes to just put those numbers and then sometimes fill them in. They don't just track it. So track it, and if it happens that it's a little more, a little less, but track it, and that's where I've had a little bit of issues with them, and I just want to put it out there very clear. Now the key is that they give it to us in a way that it's integrated, so that the village can maintain that information, because today we don't have an engineering department.
Right.
You have another consultant. So what I'm afraid is we're spending millions of dollars and it's going to get lost. So there's a way of handling this, is that you capture the product, right, of what it's done electronically. It becomes our file in our system.
Yep.
And then it's an asset. Having digital files of this nature are a fortune.
Yep.
They've cost us $1 million plus, but they're probably worth much more than that if we use them properly, because they then will serve us for many, many years and our work will be proper. So I will not, debate anymore on this, because it's this is step 6.
Yep.
This is probably the 7th year. So let's finish it off. We have give you the chance to kind of fold in the 2 pieces that are needed. And just take a little bit of my advice so it's not after the fact, but actually maybe bringing them on board as what you're doing and what helps. Actually, they're not very local, so that
right,
having that coordination. But if it works, that they work with our engineers, with you, if you put all things on the table with all your experience, it will happen. So I would move forward with this.
I appreciate that. We do have all those electronic files. When I took over Hernani's office, Victor, I did review those files because I had to review the bid specifications that Arcadis wrote for us to do the work based on their investigation. We're ready to go, except for the next phase, which is 7, 9, 10.
Last but not least is our third ordinary consent with the county. The county is the one that really receives and processes our sewage. And they also want to make sure how much flow we go. And that is the one that ultimately, I would say 10 or 15 years where we're not here involved, is the one that's going to really have an impact on construction, rehabilitation, growth, et cetera. So those pieces, that's why this is so important. And I'm sorry to drag, but I think that's why this. We talk about infrastructure where for a village that has this is probably in addition to our roads, this is really the infrastructure that counts, hurts, and is failing. So it needs to be
huge. It's a huge
project. Okay.
Huge project.
Sorry to take so long, Mr. Natchez.
Okay.
Jerry, these were a bid solicitation or a request for proposals or what?
So we had, Dan can explain a little bit better, but we had gone out for requests for proposals in the past. So what we did was we had a bid from Arcadis for 7, 9, and 10 as an extension of what we did prior, I guess 15, something like that. And then most recently, when we hired a consulting engineer, I asked the consulting engineer if they could provide a quote as a comparison to the Arcadis price for for the items identified on page 6 of 10 in the packet.
That was the $14,000 less or whatever it was, something like that.
$14,000 less from our consulting engineer, which of course was a bid for hourly rates and all of that stuff. So we did go out to bid for both of these, but Arcadis quote that I have in front of you now is an extension of something that I think we did. Dan, do you recall it was in 15 or 14?
We had brought on Arcadis originally when we were dealing with some issues with our wet weather discharges. Then at some point, the board asked us to get some competing quotes for the I&I work. We got a quote from Arcadis, then also from Woodard and Curran. The Arcadis quote was lower than the Woodard and Curran quote, so we went up working with them. And as we're entering the final phase of study, the manager asked our current engineering consultant for a quote, just to show the board that, demonstrate the due diligence that we're going through to find the best pricing for the village.
So let me ask the question: do we have the right to negotiate this with them, or is this a bid where you do not have the right to go back and discuss it?
I have the right to go back because it quotes.
Say that one.
I have the right to go back because they're quotes. It's not in a formal bid process.
So
ultimately, this is a professional service. So we're not bound to the lowest quote, which gives us the ability to
okay.
negotiate.
So my question or my suggestion is it makes sense to keep the same people who has already done the rest of the work. I think that if it's going to do it, it makes more sense because otherwise things are not going to be apples to apples.
Right, that's right.
And nobody's going to know it till we have a problem. Right. It gets to be a real problem. But I think we have the right to go back and say, brought it to the board. The board is saying we're in a fiscal issue era. There's a lower price. We'd like to stick with you. Can you lower your maximum? Either 14,000 or whatever.
Right up my alley.
Yes, it is.
It makes sense to try and keep them, and I think and try and work. And I think that that's something that you probably could, knowing your abilities, negotiated to the advantage of the village.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't care that the breakdown changes, from item to item. That's not the.
Yeah.
So are you asking for an approval on this? Is that where we are or what?
I want to move forward on it. And then once I put the bid out, which I'm not asking to put out the bid spec because I'm going to put the bid spec out to bring back a number to the village board to let you know what the actual 8, 11, 13, 14 is going to cost us to do the work. And then,
I understand, but are you asking for approval of this tonight?
And then- I want to move forward on this. This was the project that we identified, that we spend capital on for this 2020 year.
And let me just be clear, this isn't on for tonight's regular meeting. The question is whether we want to put it on in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine.
2 weeks.
If that's the case, can you go back to them within the 2 weeks and see what you can get?
Absolutely.
But-
It'll be an up to, when you write the resolution, Dan has done this before, put an up to.
Okay, let's just move on. There's a huge list here, and we're trying to make progress tonight.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Smoking policy. Is the policy smoke them if you got them?
At $15 a pack, I don't think so.
I know, when I stopped smoking, cigarettes were under $2 a pack.
Wow. It's amazing.
The best thing I ever did for myself.
So Mayor, I've asked Mr. Sarnoff to work on this based on some information that I've seen in the past and some issues that we may have had. So, we want to do something with this to memorialize it and get it in front of all the department heads and all the employees, but we wanted to discuss it with the Board of Trustees first.
Okay, so would this prohibit smoking in vehicles?
Yes.
Technically, it's illegal pursuant to state law right now,
Right.
but our policy predates that law and has been superseded by it, so.
But I do have a question in terms of what is in italics on the first page, which is the definition of place of employment in the state thing. It talks about indoor. I got that. But then when it gets outdoor, it talks about school grounds. It doesn't talk about anything else in terms of grounds that I can see of the village that would pertain to the village.
Well, I mean, that's separate from, obviously, this is the state definition. I think from a public policy perspective, the inclusion of school grounds was included because of the presence of children, which obviously you do have in public parks, but you have more of a mixed clientele in public parks and on public grounds. But
Well-
that's a separate issue. If there's a policy that the board wants to revisit specifically as that relates to smoking on public grounds and public parks, that's something we can look at going forward.
One of the issues I have for this is in many places that have barred smoking indoors, people go out and stand and smoke right outside the door, and every time it opens, it comes back in. And according to the definition here, you couldn't prohibit that.
Now, in the New York State Public Health Law, I think there's a provision which allows
Yes.
local governments to establish their own laws that are more restrictive than the
I
state
understand
laws.
that, but what the proposal before us is to do away with the local law and stay on the state law.
No, it's
But the
about,
local law only deals with public property. It doesn't deal with private property.
I understand that.
Okay.
The issue I'm raising is if the proposal is to do away with the local law,
with the snow law.
understand, and rely on the definition of this in the state law and the definition within the state law. So what I'm trying to get to is right now at many village buildings, people who go outside to smoke stay right in front of the door.
I think what Dan's getting at, and it's a valid point, and I think in the city, you see some office buildings have done this too. I think how we can handle this, place of employment could be any indoor area as it has here, or on the property of the Village of Mamaroneck. So, if you could go have a cigarette, so you can't walk out of 123, but let's just say old 169 Mount Pleasant, stand in front of the building and have a cigarette. You'd have to either go on your lunch break or go somewhere else, so that prohibition might be either not on village property or not within a certain amount of feet of a village building.
I understand, Tom, but unless you did that through a local law, it doesn't apply.
No, Dan, this isn't about a law. This is about a policy for our employees. That's what this is about. And we're allowed to set policy for our employees without a local law.
I assume that this is for everybody, is this not? The local law is for everybody, not just for employees, correct?
No, this local law is a policy for village staff. It's not, this local law does not affect the public at large.
The local law that's on the books presently?
Correct. It's a village employee smoking policy.
That's what we're asking to rescind, Dan.
Yeah, in favor, because
In
it's
favor of
obvious,
this state.
it's been obviated by the state law.
Right now, you want us to rescind our current policy and enact the state policy that's enumerated here.
Yeah, utilize the state policy, correct.
But we could, since it's our policy, add to that, within a certain number of feet of a village building.
Yep.
Bob, I'm confused. Chapter 290 is the village code? Bob? You're on mute.
So, village code, that's correct.
So this is not just for employees. Unless I'm reading the code wrong.
No, it's a prohibition on smoking in public buildings.
Correct.
We already have, but you're not allowed under New York state law to smoke in any public building.
Right. This was adopted in 1990.
I understand.
Jerry, let me cut to the chase. What is your objective?
Our objective is to include company vehicles in the local law so that employees cannot smoke in village vehicles. That's our objective.
Okay. So, and if we adopt what the state has, that would cover you.
Yeah, because the state defines place of employment and includes and company vehicles in that definition. That helps us.
Okay.
The state law supersedes our local law regardless. So the local law we have on the books we can't enforce it.
Okay. So it's not, we're trying to clean up our local law. So how do we need to do this legally? To rescind a chapter of our code?
Well, you could revoke chapter 290.
Yeah.
if you
And do we have
want.
to have public hearings on that? Is it
Yeah,
the notice, the
absolutely.
public hearings, everything?
It would be by local law.
Yeah, okay.
But and then basically, if we revoke all of chapter 290, how would we have a complaint? Because that goes to the County Board of Health now, and how would we issue violations? Could we, I guess we can issue violations under a state code?
That's right. The state law would govern and the violation would be of state law.
But our local municipality can issue a state law violation.
Well, police officers can, yes.
So we have to get the
Whether
police
code
would,
enforcement officers can or not is something I have to look at.
Now, our code also has, our code currently also has smoking within the proximity of a building, 15 feet of the entrance or exit.
Mhm.
The grounds, okay. It's a general hospital healthcare facility. But this can't be from 1990.
No, our local law is from 1990.
Okay, so what I'm looking at here is the one that you amended here. That's from,
That's the state. You're
That's
talking about
the state.
1399? Yeah, 1399 is the state.
Yeah, that was adopted in the late 90s, I believe. When the village adopted its local law, it was most likely to address issues with secondhand smoke, because a lot of the provisions talk about smoking being prohibited unless your neighbor allows you to smoke, basically, in the public building. It talks about having, smoking areas within the building. None of that's allowed nowadays. That's kind of what my research has indicated is it was really done as an attempt to deal with secondhand smoke back in the late 80s, early 90s, when that issue first started popping up in the public consciousness.
Smoking is prohibited, this is all code currently. Smoking is prohibited in all indoor enclosed areas occupied by one person unless all employees in such area agree to allow smoking.
Yeah.
Seems so absurd, right?
It's absurd.
And a smoking room, the whole thing is nuts.
It flies in the face of modern thoughts about public health.
Yes.
Lord. Wow. All right, so we would just get rid of chapter 290, our chapter 290. And
Mayor, provided that our code enforcement officers and officials could write state tickets, state violations.
Because right now it's the fire inspectors who write those tickets.
Well, but they're only writing under the New York State Uniform Fire Prevention and Building Code. Whether they can enforce the public health law, I'm not sure.
Mhm.
okay, but what this would, what I think the village manager, and correct me if I'm wrong, is looking to do is when there are employees smoking in our vehicles, you want to have the ability to sanction it.
Yep.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
So the answer appears to be that enforcement officer means the county board of health, not the village.
Okay, but
So what-
that doesn't preclude a manager or a foreman who sees an employee smoking in a car from writing that employee up.
Correct.
I think one of the things I note in the staff memo was if the board withdraws or rescinds the law, as a possible next step, we could adopt a formal smoking policy, whether it be adopted by the board or implemented and regulated by the manager.
Thank you, Dan. I think that's helpful.
The only caveat to that is I'd like to check with my partner, Joanna, whether that's something the village manager can establish unilaterally, or that's something that has to be bargained with the employees. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, either that or we just update or change the code to include the definitions from the state and
Mhm.
with the additional on the cars, et cetera, and limits, to the entrances.
That may be easier.
Yeah.
It might be simpler and faster and, less hassle of being challenged.
Yeah, I think trustee Natchez has a point.
Yep, if that's appropriate and legal, that could work.
So since you have nothing else to do, Bob, we'll leave that in your court.
And I will gratefully, Dan, thank you. I will ask Christie to take a look at that.
So,
Knew
Bob,
that was coming.
how does it work? Do you have to have a public hearing to rescind and then another public hearing to adopt?
I think what I'm suggesting, what I'm hearing is that what we should do is prepare a local law that amends chapter 290 to conform to the public health law.
Yes.
So it then becomes it's one law, one public hearing, and then it becomes enforceable locally, not just by the county department of health.
Sounds good to me.
Yes. And we want to include in our law, our changes to chapter 290, this zone within the outside the buildings, to go a little beyond just inside the buildings.
Okay.
Right.
Everything.
And smoking in cars.
You're
Well,
right.
smoking in cars is already in the state law.
State law has 15 feet. I just looked at it. And we might want to go at 50 feet from the entrance
Yeah.
or exit.
Yeah, to do a little more.
Yeah.
I know when you try to go into court, you have to go through a smoke haze.
Thanks for the consideration. Appreciate it.
Okay, so the board agrees with the change, but you're gonna have to massage it a little bit.
Mhm. We'll work on it.
All right, front yard garbage collection. Jerry?
So for the past many months, we have been asking the village residents to bring their garbage to the front to limit the time and the workload of our employees who were in and out during COVID flare-ups and incidents during the pandemic to try to deal with the absence of employees. We also asked, we were asked by the sanitation foreman and the general foreman of public works to be able to do that because it shows us that injuries are less, that the stress on the employee is less, and anything that I can do to reduce the stress on the we're interested and amenable to doing. So we have front yard collection, which is not uncommon in many communities. It is also not uncommon to continue to have side yard and rear yard pickup. But there are some benefits to front yard collection, and those benefits are outlined in the memo that we provided. Obviously, to reduce the workplace injury, it reduces the carbon footprint because we have our vehicles operating less and sitting idle on the streets while the employees are going into backyard side yards to pick up the sanitation, the trash. It also allows us to get through the route quicker so that we're disturbing the public, the sleeping public and residents less in the mornings for a period of time. So we wanted to bring it to the board's attention that our recommendation and other communities are now considering this is to continue front yard pickup and discontinue the side yard and rear yard pickup. I have received a couple of emails from individuals who want to continue the side yard and rear yard pickup. But what we still will continue to have is the provision where if someone is, if someone has a disability, if someone is of the an older generation and needs assistance, the Public Works Department can continue to develop and maintain the list for the employees to service that property based on the based on whatever medical and other conditions that that resident is dealing with.
Do you foresee a long-term cost benefit to doing this?
The fact that the vehicles are idling less, I see an environmental benefit as well as a cost benefit for the vehicles, a cost benefit for the reduction of fuel being used by the vehicles.
Okay. So,
We have less employees out, Mayor, as well, because of the injuries are less when the trash cans are at the street as opposed to using the large transfer cans, which we have, which are on and trying to load them up and trying to get the trash into the back of the truck.
And since the COVID emergency started, has there been, a good amount of compliance with this?
Yeah, there has been it's been received well because people don't seem to have a problem bringing their trash to the front of their driveway or curb and picking up their cans and bringing it back. Obviously, we want the residents to continue to put them in cans to put lids on those cans, and we will return those cans empty at the curb line. We don't want empty bags and trash just laying out front. That seems a little ridiculous that, you know, anyone can go to Home Depot and buy a couple of cans to put their trash in, to protect it from raccoons, etc.
So what do you need from the board?
We would have to change, I believe, our code to identify front yard collection only.
With a
Exceptions.
waiver for health or
Right. With the provision for health and individuals with disabilities, which of course we want to continue to service. You know, that's a big deal for me with my family situation.
okay.
So we toss this to Christie and Bob.
Sorry, Christy.
We'll work with them. We're very
I knew it was coming.
willing. We're willing to work with them.
Okay,
Okay, so you want a draft law on this?
where is the town of Mamaroneck on this?
They have a public hearing set.
Yeah, I don't know what date it is.
Yeah, I think
The public hearing in the town of Mamaroneck is a different animal than the public hearing in the village of Mamaroneck.
It may be. Dan, do you know, Dan Sarnoff, you know if what date Altieri was going to have the public hearing or set the public hearing for the board?
I haven't been following, but I did mention in the memo that several municipalities, including the town of Mamaroneck, the Mamaroneck Larchmont District, were discussing the possibility of keep it going front yard entirely. And to a certain extent, you know, the village residents, they get three pickups a week. One of those 3 pickups is already front yard, which is the Wednesday recycling.
Mhm.
So, and as the manager mentioned, I think we've seen, good compliance with the conditions that we've established during the pandemic.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm willing to give it a shot.
Thank you.
I know we had talked about doing this, more than a year ago, and that there would be a different kind of garbage can and a different kind of garbage truck. So
Oh, yeah. So I could speak a little bit to that. So having spent an extensive period of time out of the office in the last few weeks, last week in particular, Nora, it seems like the side tipper or the truck with the sidearm would be a very difficult proposition for this village because of on-street parking and the tremendous number of cars that are parked from driveway to driveway. And in fact, so in order for us to do that and having a lot of experience in that area, people would have to put their trash cans basically in the middle of their driveway, preventing them from in and out of their driveway, because for us to use that mechanical arm in between parked cars, we'll be replacing headlights and bumpers all day long.
Okay.
So it's just not something feasible in our area. Even in the Shore Acres and Orienta section, there's cars parked on the street where they can be parked. People don't seem to use their driveways as much as they use the street to park their vehicles. So even in areas where it's larger, bigger space on the street, or more accessible space on the street, there's still vehicles that would get in the way.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Makes sense. All right. We'll look for something on that in the future.
Thank you.
Yep. Full-time attorney, land use attorney. I thought we went over this. Put us back on. And what we have here is the RFP that was issued in 2017.
the RFPs were updated from the last discussion,
Mhm.
per the discussion.
Anybody?
I think it speaks for
continues to
itself.
say 17, the other one says 20. That's, I think it's the
That has
same
to
one.
change.
I think it's the same one. Let me see. Same.
Uh, I think they were both very important and something that we should be doing. Everybody else feel?
I mean, I definitely think we should be having a different land use attorney than the village attorney. We've had a couple instances where we've had to get extra attorneys. And, I mean, I voted to do it in November of 2018 because everybody else wanted to do it and I thought it was worth a try, but I think we definitely need to have different, I think we need to break it out. I think that's, it was an experiment that we tried and I don't think it's working. And I think we should do an RFP for separate land use attorneys.
And how do you feel we needed an RFP for a village attorney?
Well, I think the goal here is I think if we need to do an RFP for a separate land use attorney, and then that would result in changing the structure of how we do the village attorney now, because our village attorney is our land use attorney. So we can't do one without the other. But I think we really, I mean, we have it. I think we need to break out the two functions.
No, you have two separate RFPs. The proposal that I am making is that we do both. This way you get expressions of interest. If the expressions of interest please the board and are implemented, then you have something to implement. And if you don't, then you have to go back and start again. We'll be coming up to the organizational meeting in December. Bob's contract is up in December. It seems that the timing would work very nicely to continue to try and do this.
Let me point something out to the board. We have a new village planner. We have a village manager who's been here a year and a half. We will soon need a new police chief. There has been turnover in every department. There is something to be said for continuity. There is something to be said for historical perspective. And, we have been hemorrhaging good people. And we have, in my view, a very good village attorney. And we do have someone here on staff who is here full-time, Ms. Mason, who has been working well with village staff, answering their questions. And if you took the time to talk to the village staff and see what their view of the situation was, that would be readily apparent. I could see breaking off the zoning, because historically in the village of Mamaroneck, the zoning had always had a separate attorney. So I would be amenable to putting the zoning out to bid, but I will not be amenable to changing what I believe is a good structure and has been working well. And frankly, I have been here with other village attorneys who weren't as adept at avoiding litigation and getting us out of litigation and not churning litigation. So I think that we have a very good village attorney. I think we have a very good deputy village attorney. I think they have been serving us well. I think that we have a lot of turnover in every department, and this is not the time to be, changing everything all at once.
Let me chime in since I think to move this forward. I think there are good reasons why to kind of move back to the system that was in place with land use council separate. We have given it a try, and some of this has been discussed internally by the board. So I should not get into certain things, but there are significant concerns on that, on the land use boards themselves. So I think we did try it. We did the best we can, and I think at this point it is better for the village to go back to that system. I've looked at this. I've been in 3 years and a half. I think it's not an easy decision because it's not as simple, especially with attorneys. You can, with lawyers, you cannot. I understand the argument about continuity, but this is actually even more complicated than that because it's a legal consultant. So it has to work with the boards, and we need to have that really working well. So I think that is a step we must take, and let's see what proposals we get. I mean, on village attorney, we have Bob and Christy, and of course, they will be deciding whether they want to have this scheme continue, and we will go through the process. So that's where I stand, not to extend this too long.
I just want to clarify that in my experience in the village, the village attorney did represent the planning board, and he did represent HCZMC. There was separate counsel only for the zoning board, with the idea being that since the zoning board interprets village law, you would want somebody different representing them than the person who perhaps helped craft the village law with the Board of Trustees. That historically was always the case in the village of Mamaroneck. But just to clarify, and not to be argumentative about it, the village attorney did always represent the planning board and HCZMC and the other boards as they needed representation.
You're right, but probably that's not in the last 8 or 10 years since I've been paying attention. So that was before, probably when you were trustee, I think.
Well, let's see. Goldberger and his firm represented the planning board before Bob came.
No, it was Les Steinman.
Then what was the lady who used to go to zoning?
Anna Giorgio from Les Steinman's firm.
No, the other one.
No, Whitehead.
Whitehead, Linda Whitehead.
Linda was the village attorney.
Right, but she also went to land use board meetings.
No, it was Les and Anna.
I'm telling you, Linda
Many
Whitehead
years.
definitely went to village board meetings, land use board meetings. All right.
I think we should move this forward.
I am concerned about continuity, and I'm concerned about, frankly, about morale, that Bob and Christy have sat through this discussion of whether they should be replaced. Meeting after meeting after meeting. I just think at some point, it's just not fair to them. It's just not. When I was on the zoning board, Attorney Smith from Bob's firm was sitting on the zoning board, and I thought there was some kind of Chinese wall between him and, just so there could be some independence between him and other members of his firm. namely Bob and Christie, who are working more with the village. And if that Chinese wall kind of has crumbled for different reasons, I do see the logic in having separate counsel for the zoning board. I don't know the history and whether it makes sense to have all land use boards represented by one single person. It would seem to me that it might not, since you are trying to keep the zoning board quasi judicial and more independent in its thinking. I mean, so I suppose if you want to look for zoning board counsel, that makes a bit of sense, you know, keeping in mind that zoning board counsel will then likely represent the village in litigation arising from zoning board decisions. And I see that Dan's proposed request for expressions of interest says that there would be, you know, separate litigation fees. You know, I certainly don't think that $60,000 a year you would get much interest for representation of all the land use boards. I can't imagine, but.
And when you do an RFP, you don't put a number that you're looking to pay. You put a request for services, and they come back with what they would cost. This isn't advertising for a job like you're hiring, you know, an administrative assistant.
Yeah.
I mean, this would have to be all worked over because the RFPs just don't make sense. I mean, I'm against the whole thing, but they don't make sense. And if we're going to do it, let's do it and make it look professional and not look silly.
How did we look silly?
Because you don't say, oh, we're looking to spend 110. You don't do that in RFP. You put out what services you're looking for them to provide, and then you put it out and you see what you get back.
In 2017, you put dollar signs in there.
I didn't do that in 2007.
It would specify dollars.
I think these were the RFPs that went out in 2017. Isn't that what the model was? That's how we.
That is correct.
I didn't put it out in 2017.
If people want to take the fees out, that's fine.
I think you should be. I
We
think
should be doing both. I think if we
really
get
detrimental long-term to the village of Mamaroneck. I think this is a big mistake, and I want to go on record as saying that. I think that we have way too much turnover. I think we have way too much litigation. And, you know, I think that, you know, yes, we've spent money on outside counsels, and a lot of that came from this board. And, you know, I think that this is a big mistake, and it's going to hurt us long-term. And I know that there's, you know, a lot of people, you know, for different reasons aren't happy with the village attorney, but I don't think it has to do with, you know, anything that he's done or hasn't done. You know, he served as a village attorney, and he did what he had to do under the law.
Let's just clarify that point. It actually has to work both ways. We need the board of the different boards that deal with this very complicated issues also need to have to weigh in, and they have already weighed in. So that's what we're trying to get a better system where we can improve the decision making, and hopefully, yes, of course, avoid further cases. And it's not going to be easy because in Westchester County, this is very contested, very complicated, expensive land. This is difficult. This is so. It is a complicated matter, but we need to find the best alternatives, and this actually goes in that direction.
I'm of the opinion that the board should not be saying who to hire and fire around here. That's what the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees does. You know, I said my piece. This is going to blow up in our faces.
Understand, but let's take this a step at a time. If you do a if you do a land use council, separate land use council, then you have to redo your village attorney because the scope will have changed. But I see we have time to get expressions of interest. I would hope that Bob would have, you know, if he wants to continue, would supply an expression of interest for whatever he wishes.
I don't know why he would.
Or decides, you know, we get, you expressions of interest that are satisfactory to the board and desirous of the board gets implemented, then we have something to implement. Otherwise, if you only implement one, then you have a problem of implementing the other because you don't have any choice.
Can I ask the members of the board who want to move forward, can I ask, have any of you talked to village staff about this? Who interact night and day with the village attorney? I'm just wondering. Have you talked to village staff about this?
Have I talked to village staff about that?
Anybody of the three of you who want to move ahead, talk to village staff about their feelings about how it's operating under the current arrangement. It's not a difficult question. It's not a gotcha. It's a normal question in a situation like this.
I think this is a board decision. The board has to make up its mind.
Yes, I understand that, Dan, but the question still stands. These attorneys work day in and day out with our professional staff. And I think that you should at least hear their feelings about it. And if you want to do that offline, but if you haven't, then you haven't done your homework. And I don't know who you're listening to.
Over the course of months, I've talked to the village staff.
Yeah. Okay.
About this issue, about village council?
Yes.
And you came up with this anyway, right?
I came up with what I think is best for the village.
Well, I know that there's a lot of lawsuits going on in this village. And, some have been brought by members of the Village of Mamaroneck Democratic Committee. And, it doesn't look good now that we're trying to get rid of the Village of Mamaroneck attorney who has defended us in those. And that might not have anything to do with it, but it's going to look like that. And you should be aware of that.
People may make whatever connections they want. I don't think one has anything to do with the other. But certainly, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm sure. It had nothing to do with it.
I said I had nothing to do with it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I hope that you get help working on these RFPs so they're not embarrassing going out.
I just want to add there. I think there's an assumption that we can say we're going to peel off all these land use boards instead of just zoning, and we can have Bob express an interest or not. And if we don't get expressions of interest that we like, then we can just go back to Bob and Christie and keep them.
Mm-hmm.
And I just say you're kind of taking them for granted. I think there's a price to be paid for engaging in this that I'm not sure we want to be paying right now, given our hemorrhage of good staff, as Tom mentioned it. And I just think, I don't think you can go through this process and assume that Bob and Christie are going to want to stay with us.
That would be their choice, and I understand that.
And I think the process would contribute to their choosing not to do that. And I think that's a price that we may not want to pay, or that we may regret later. I don't know, but I think we're treating people not well these days, and it doesn't work in our best interest.
Yeah, this has been handled, ham-handedly from the time Bob changed firms, and we were giving him 90 days extensions when that was not ever necessary. It was, ridiculous, actually, because first of all, there was no reason to do that. Lawyers change firms all the time, and he was offering exactly the same terms as we had agreed upon originally. But it had to be 90 days extensions, and there's just a disregard for people. You wonder why people are leaving.
Tom, can I say something?
Of course.
Thanks. So we as a board made the decision to have this conversation in January, and it's taken till October to do it. And I understand that, COVID has intervened and we haven't gotten through a work session efficiently since before COVID started. But, I'm just going to go on record saying you and I ran on having a full-time village attorney, which we don't have now. And I said at the outset of this project that I thought we should have a different land use attorney. And I remain convinced that I think we need to split these two functions up. It has nothing to do with Christy or Bob. It has to do with what I think is best for the village.
Mhm.
So thank you.
You need to get a clean RFP and put it on the agenda.
Let's put this on. If we're not going to put it, this has been on our agenda since I think July, but let's put it on if we're not going to put it on for tonight, let's put these on for next week's agenda, 2 weeks from now.
Well, I would prefer to, if people are willing to put it on for tonight, because this takes time.
I'm not willing because
The more you have a problem, and
are you looking for a village attorney who is going to be an employee of the village?
No, that's not what I said, Tom. That's what you and I campaigned on. What I'm saying is, these are RFPs. These are not for full-time village attorneys. That's not the proposal that Dan has put together. But I think we should move these RFPs forward.
You said you ran on having a full-time village attorney. Now
We did. Well, having a full-time village attorney would have meant that we had a separate land use council. Having a full-time village attorney would have meant that we had a separate land use council. And I believe we should separate those functions.
Okay, so you're not asking for a full-time village attorney, as you said you ran on in 2017.
Tom, I actually would prefer to have a full-time village attorney, but that's not on offer right now.
Why not?
It's not what's on the proposal right now. So
But I'm asking why not? Why not do that?
Tom, I think we should just move forward with this and see how we go.
Well, because now you're locked into something. I was the one who got the full-time village attorney in here when we had one who worked for the village. Now, we ran on that. Now you say you want to do this because you ran on that.
We ran on that. I got outvoted, and so we hired.
Excuse me, Trustee, I was talking. But now you're saying that we should have done that, but now you're not doing that. But we have an opportunity to do it if you want to do it.
Regardless of whether we have a full-time village attorney, we need to have a separate land use council. And I think that's what we need to proceed with. And that will require either putting out an RFP for a consulting village attorney or having a full-time village attorney. But I think the genesis of tonight's discussion is separating out those two functions, and I think we should move forward with it.
Okay,
just so the record is clear, when I brought this up first time, back in January, I believe it was for a full-time village attorney, but there wasn't support to do that. So I'm happy to go back to a full-time village attorney, but if we have to take it in steps, we take it in steps. Either way, if you have a separate land use attorney, you have to redo the structure of the village attorney. And that's what these two RFPs do.
Yeah, okay. So I just want to clarify something. So we have someone who's in Village Hall every day. And we were going to be going to someone who's not in Village Hall every day. That's what this is going to be doing. I just want to point that out. So we're going to go from having someone here all the time, which I consider a full-time village attorney, to having someone not here all the time. And we haven't discussed the ramifications of that with the people who interact with the village attorney all day. Once again, it's a disregard for staff.
So what I'd propose is that when we get to the regular session to put these on the agenda.
You can make a motion to amend the agenda
Yes,
at the meeting.
yes.
I just want to correct something that I may have misunderstood. I want to be clear, land use boards have not asked for this.
Hmm.
Can you clarify that? Members of land use boards.
Yes, but land use boards, the majority of land use boards have not asked for this.
Some are more equal than others. All right. One H, change in authority to appoint and supervise village clerk treasurer. Okay. Checked with NICOM, and they couldn't tell me a village that does this. Take the appointing authority for the clerk treasurer away from the mayor.
That's actually not, I talked to NICOM. I can't remember the actual name now. I don't have it in my notes, but I don't have the notes with me at the moment. There is one other village manager form of government, strong village manager form of government. And they do, that's how it's appointed.
Well, there's 530 something village governments in New York State. Why would we do this here?
I think the point that Dan was making is the similarity is it's another strong manager, weak mayor form of government, and that's how it's not that we have 500, local cities and villages. It's that it's our specific form. We have an unusual form of a weak mayor, strong village manager form of government, which I think is one of the conflicts that we've had in figuring out what our processes are supposed to be.
Yeah, so in 125 years, this has been the law in the village of Mamaroneck. Why do we need to change it now? Why do we need to have a referendum? Why is this important with everything that's going on in this community? Why is this important?
Because you have a conflict of appointment between the clerk and the treasurer. And so this clarifies this.
What's the conflict? What's the conflict?
One is appointed by the board and one is appointed by the mayor.
What are you talking about? The clerk treasurer is appointed by the mayor.
We have two positions that are merged.
We don't have two positions. So every other community does this, Dan. The law says clerk treasurer is appointed by the mayor. The New York State law says that. You don't really have a good reason for doing this.
Say briefly, I think we've been discussing this probably 6-7 times now. I think the point that the argument that at least that convinces me is that we've been changing and making it clearer. It's very difficult form of management, but it has a lot of advantages for many reasons. So we need to continue improving it, and this is one step in that direction to have it all be clear as to all the big appointments or with respect to land use boards, planning, zoning, and the clerk fits there, that they are all being passed to the board to have that consensus decision, or at least a board decision not a mayor appointment, since we have council management form of government. So in line with that, that is the main argument here, and it has been appointed by the board previously. It happened for many years. It's back in the history. So for many years it has been like that, and it's never been an issue. It has never been an issue. It should not be an issue because there's no actual conflict. It's just to clarify all those powers so that there's no problem in the future. Precisely, let's fix it now when there's no problem. And actually, this wouldn't go to a referendum now. It's too late. Whenever it goes, let's see if the law gets passed. Let's hear from the residents. At least get it to that point where the residents speak and not just us. This is probably the 7th time, as I've said. So if there's enough votes, let's take this to a public hearing and see once if that is a strong voice, then it will get to a referendum. But let's get to the next phase.
Trustee,
That's all I say.
you're saying that this is to clear up an issue. There has never been an issue. This board is making an issue once again. But it will not be in time for a referendum this year.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that this is even on here is just, there's so much else that's going on. There's so much we're dealing with that this board wants to, get into picayune who appoints who. It's really absurd. It's absurd and it's disappointing. Better find a village attorney who can write it.
Yeah, morale's high in that department. Can
Yeah.
I ask, the proposed law that's in the backup refers to the clerk treasurer and police officers. Can someone explain what is going on with police officers in this proposed law?
Would be Bob.
The police officers are governed by the Westchester County Police Act, which you can't change.
The question is, why is it in,
I think because it was intended to correct an error in the prior
okay.
drafting.
I
This
think,
all started because there was a drafting error. And Bob tried to correct it when I first became mayor. But the board left a law on the books, which they were told was wrong and didn't apply and didn't have any standing. And so they left that on the books without correcting that. And now they want to change how the whole thing works.
Got it. So what was a simple fix has now become a super complicated
It
issue.
requires a referendum, and that is going to be,
This is a pattern. This is a pattern.
a subject of disagreement on the board. And for what? Okay. Well, do me a favor, do it when I'm running again next year. So whoever you run against me, we could have a nice debate about it.
Well, that's what would happen, right? It would be on the ballot next year.
Yep.
Look, I've read this backup every time it's been on the agenda. And I still just don't see the benefit of doing this.
And it's an extensive backup.
Is there a benefit to doing this that someone wants to mention?
yeah, I mean, I think that really, if you look back in the history, until 2014, it was the Board of Trustees that made this appointment. And I think there is a conflict between appointing the clerk and appointing the treasurer, and we're not going to break those jobs out. So I think we should make sure that they're appointed, that they both have the same appointment authority, we could have separate clerk and separate treasurer, and those are appointed differently under state law. And up until 2014, up until Norm took office, it was the board that made this appointment. And in 2014, it became, it was based on.
Well,
I
arguably,
tried to get I tried to get the old tapes and I was unable to do it, but I looked through some old minutes. I don't know, it must have been in July because this was on the agenda so long ago.
okay, arguably, the board at that time was appointing clerk treasurer inappropriately. And, that's what our research has shown. So to say we want to go back to the way we were doing it when we were doing it wrong, it isn't really a great argument. We did it right the last time. I just, all right, if this is where you want to draw a line, all right, fine. Yeah, but it's. I don't think it's a worthy topic for a law. I don't think it's a worthy topic for the village's time and effort. And I think it's, with everything that's going on in this world, you got to put this in front of voters like it's an important thing. But okay. I imagine a majority of you wants to do it.
I'll just be clear, I do not.
If it's necessary.
It's necessary, huh?
I think we should.
Some things that are necessary. I don't think this falls under necessary. This is like not a need to do. This is a want to do. And I think it's a hard argument to refute. Letter from a planning board member. This is a letter from the chair of the planning board, Ms. Savolt, asking to be indemnified because of a back and forth that happened with the Board of Ethics. And I think we were given the advice multiple times by our village attorney that this doesn't rise to the level of indemnification because there were no charges brought and there was no action taken. And this was written June 28th and there's been no action taken to date. So I don't see where we're going with this.
I didn't see this as just an indemnification. And I think the question is that a reputation was besmirched and there's a request that the documentation be removed from the website. I didn't see this as an indemnification question.
Okay, it frankly was my hearing, and everything. I talked to Adam Stollerow, and he said it was part of the record. It stays part of the record.
So it's okay to just besmirch somebody's reputation.
I mean, can we put Kathy's letter on the website as well?
Yeah, I just feel like it's in the interest of fairness.
No, but just let's be clear. I sat through that hearing, and members of the ethics board's reputation were dragged through the mud numerous occasions. And no one's rising to their defense.
All right, well, how about this? This Goldstein matter has been hard for the village for a long time. How long does this, I know that these are public documents and that they would be foilable, but how long do we have to keep them up on the village website?
I don't know.
Like front and center as a just click here for all the, I mean, I understand maintaining them as public records, but I don't know that we need to.
Truthfully, there was members of this board who wanted it all on the website and asked that everything be put on the website, and that's what we did.
Well, I think that was because it was back up to a public hearing.
You know what, but truthfully, you know, if I were to run that public hearing again, I've learned a lot, and that was, you know, it was a disciplinary hearing. It wasn't a public hearing like it's, you know, everybody who had testimony should have been sworn. And I would, if it to do it over, I would not have let all the opinions, conjunctures, back and forth on both sides, character assassinations. You know, you live and you learn, and you know, nothing in my past experience had ever taught me how to run a hearing. But that was not a great day for the village of Mamaroneck. People's characters on both sides of the issue were being attacked, and it just wasn't fair. And because people didn't have to be sworn, they could get up and just say anything they wanted. So the whole idea of this being a public hearing, like it was a public hearing on a law, was just not accurate. And it was more like an employee disciplinary hearing. And in hindsight, I would have operated it like that. But, you know, I mean, if the board wants to take down what the board has to have up on the website, we can do that.
I mean, that was a suggestion by Kelly. I'm just more interested in having Kathy Zabelt, who has asked us now for 4 months, I guess 4 months, to be able to have her work, to be able to have her clear. And I would also just say the law required a public hearing. It's not a disciplinary hearing. I don't think it would have been appropriate to have a closed door disciplinary hearing. I think the state law requires a public hearing.
No,
I think the hearing was conducted in the right way. I think it's as hard as it was. I think you had to have a public hearing, and I think you did that.
Or the law said hearing.
Hey, Nora,
Mhm.
I think I'm looking at her letter, and Kathy is actually says she requests that they be withdrawn. So she's asking that the Board of Ethics letter be withdrawn.
Mhm.
It's not just that her letter go up. So, I mean, I thought we
Right.
could either put her letter up to give her, you know, point of view a fair airing, or I think at some point, you know, you go to the Board of Ethics webpage, I'm looking at it right now, and it says Goldstein decision public hearing documents. At some point they expire, right? I mean, we don't need to have a link on them for forever. So,
Well, we have a lot of stuff that's been up there for a long time. So that's, you know, I don't think that's part of like the retention, you know, program required.
You know, at this point, this is all litigation. You know, I mean, where are we going with this? And we've been involved in this litigation enough.
Let me try to see if I put something constructive out there. This is a letter that directed to us, right? So it's either we just say nothing, or we do say something back, and it's been holding since June. It's a complicated issue, and you've just explained well why, so I won't get into it. But what I think she's asking from us is in a way to intervene to have this clarified, because she essentially the Board of Ethics has said, you know, what you raised has no backup, no real support. And what she's suggesting is, I do have it. Let's clarify this. If you're not willing to clarify it, the Board of Ethics should essentially withdraw. So we're kind of in the middle. So I know Kelly was trying to propose something. It is very difficult because it's really not for us to undo the public hearing. The record, it's there, but at least we could at least respond to her by saying that we as Board of Trustees, I think we understood what she was trying to say, and we don't want to get caught in who was right or wrong, but at least we take her concerns seriously. I mean, she's our she raised this probably as chair of the planning board and also maybe as a resident. So at least I think we could interpret what she was trying to say as a concern. That's it. Let's take it as a concern and have that to her, respond to her, that we hear her concerns, that it essentially her concern is that maybe there have been more investigations or on a certain gender. Well, we should consider that. We hear your concerns, and we send it back, and we'll pay attention to her what she's telling us, and we also copy the ethics board to see if they want to say something else, withdraw, pursue this further, but essentially, let's not throw anything more fuel to the fire. But at least I think she wants a response.
When does this,
Along those lines, I'm trying to suggest something that I think will probably benefit.
when does this end? I mean, God almighty, you know what, this board, this community has wasted so much money and time on this. It's absurd. I mean, everybody's got to put on their big boy and big girl pants and say, all right, I serve in public office. Someday people are going to say things about me and move on. It happens to me every day. It's what we do here. You know, the ethics board got vastly maligned. No one's looking to protect them. Not a word. Not a word. They were accused of being in league with hummocks, you know, to work with hummocks, you know, to make this more difficult. You know, that was one of the accusations against them. And we said nothing. Nothing. Well, one of our boards was accused of being basically corrupt. We stayed out of it. But this we're going to get involved in. You know, and I was fine with staying out of that. But, you know, there's a certain time where, you know, we're just answering one group of people. You know, we had the ethics board in front of us, and you know, you all heard they're concerned about the way they were treated. And they have 5 members of this community, some of whom grew up here, all of whom have been involved in this community for decades and decades and decades. But, you know, we didn't protect them at all. Not one bit. I know if the board members want to call Mr. Vault and tell them their opinions, but I'm sure she knows your opinion. But I don't know what you want to do. I mean, you say, oh, we have a concern here. That they know the trustees, that ex-Mayor Savault raised a concern because they addressed it. What are we going to say now? We'll address it again?
They said they wouldn't address it. I don't think they did address it.
It didn't happen.
Yeah.
Well, I would say that, you know, I would say it would be helpful, and I know that they've been busy, if we got the annual report. And it's not this board's, I mean, the ethics board hasn't done an annual report since 2009. So this board didn't come into it, you know, seeing the previous board doing it in minutes. But I think, you know, that would answer some of the questions too.
Okay,
So
we wait for their annual report. You know, this,
I'm hoping to do it in August, and I know they've been busy. Everybody's been busy, but I think, you know, that's something we need to get back to making sure we have those kinds of reports that are required.
I'm not writing a letter. The next thing is this police reform. Jerry, you want to talk about that?
Mayor, at the last meeting, I had asked for the board's consideration to have the village residents who are interested in potentially serving on the police reform and reinvention committee to submit resumes to Sally Roberts. Some people have submitted resumes, others have submitted emails expressing interest. That deadline is tomorrow, October 14 at the end of the day, 5 p.m. At the next meeting, we will discuss the formation of that committee so that we can follow the plan that's outlined in the backup that I created and shared with the board in the past. One item from the original plan was that we would add quality of life issues, which I don't think Mr. Sarnoff has the most updated reform and reinvention plan chapters, but I did add quality of life issues as one of the chapters. So that's where we are with that. It's a required mandated plan that has to be created. Pretty much putting the responsibility on Chief Executive Officer of the community, and in conjunction with members of the community, stakeholders such as potentially county people, and a couple of public sessions for everyone to be able to express their opinions and concerns, so that the committee can be guided by some type of public input.
Okay, so you don't need any board action on this?
Not until next month, not until next meeting, end of the month.
Okay,
Hey, how many resumes or expressions of interest have you gotten to date?
I haven't counted them, Dan, but I have to say probably over 15.
Oh, so enough. Yeah, that's great.
It's great.
but if people have a desire, they can send in a resume still, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, they still have, yeah. they still have-
tomorrow at 5, right?
Tomorrow at 5. We've received plenty.
Good.
Yep.
That's good to know.
Yes.
One. Proposed local law to establish a permitted off-street parking lot.
Several months back, the board demapped a section of East Old White Plains Road, the dead end, which has been a dead end since they built the thruway. So now that that's been done, we want to pose 3 questions. First is whether the board wants to establish this as an off-street parking lot with permits, what type of permit, and then maybe from a more fun perspective, what do you want to name it? I think what we had suggested, we'd like to do the GP permits. We're actually going to be speaking with the board at the next meeting about some changes we want to make to the parking permit program to streamline it. And as far as the name, I mean, it's next to St. Vito's. We colloquially call it the St. Vito's lot, unless there's some other name that the board think is more appropriate.
Well, I'm fine with that, but I would just check with St. Vito's.
Okay.
I
As
wouldn't
far as
want
the
to,
name,
Because I wouldn't want people thinking that, it's only for parishioners of St. Vito's either.
okay. We can,
We can call it Vito's lot.
or are there any
not St. Vito's.
historically relevant residents of the Washingtonville area?
It's a good question.
that can
Maybe
think
we have a
of?
contest. Maybe we have a contest.
That's not a bad idea, Nora.
We could certainly look at that.
Name this lot.
Yeah.
That's a
Name
real-
this lot, right? Yeah.
I actually think that is a good idea. And then just have informal, voting.
We can do that.
Right.
We could set up some requests for nominations and
Yeah,
Robert
do a-
Robert
do an
can help us
online
with like
poll.
a survey.
Yeah, Survey Monkey, he's a,
leave it
we do
open.
have a Survey Monkey account.
So would this be a lot that would require a permit and then people would additionally pay for hourly parking?
No, it would be a
Sticker
permit
permit.
lot.
Okay,
We might make, I don't know what the rules we'd like to have for it, like we could make it available to the general public during the day or on weekends, or you'll make it 24/7 permitted. That's one of the questions we want to review with the board as to what we'd like to see done with that lot.
It's a longtime residents of the community. That area used to be called the Strawberry Patch. So maybe that would be a potential name we want to throw in the mix. Uh,
Name.
What?
The good name, Strawberry Lot's a good name.
That's option
That's-
one.
That's your
I like
submission. You're on record, Mayor. That's your submission.
My submission. No. All right. So we're in favor of making this a parking lot, so we can put it on.
Okay.
Everybody's in favor of that?
I am.
All right.
Mhm.
All right, so we'll put it on for 2 weeks. Metered parking on West Boston Post Road.
Originally, Mayor, this started out as a way to regulate and also deal with the enforcement issue along Boston Post Road in the immediate area of the of Harbor Island Park and the sewer treatment plant. But after further investigation, if we're going to expand meter parking in the village, we should go from Barry all the way down to in and around the high school area and do multi-space meter installation, machine installation, and number the spaces all along Boston Post Road to be fair with everyone who uses that parking.
So
Okay. Just-
from
which
from
side-
Barry all the way in front of the Methodist Church. Because there's an area where there's no paid parking up until kind of across from where Brewers used to be.
Hold on. Are you talking with both sides of Boston Post Road?
Yeah, both sides.
Yeah, I think I know East Boston Post Road goes up to Spruce, I think.
It only goes, yeah, it doesn't go all that far up. It doesn't go.
We would be considering asking you to consider extending it all the way up to Sedona.
Why would you stop at Sedona and not go all the way to Greenhaven Road? You have tremendous number of cars that are parked. Part of the issue is that you have an automobile dealer who parks in one place that you would put paid parking and then another where you wouldn't. Both are doing the same thing.
It's not that I wouldn't consider it, Dan. It's just something I was looking to maybe develop in phases. But if we go all the way to the Rye line and work on a phase plan, that would be fine. Makes no difference to me.
So where are you talking about going from the high school?
Yeah, from the high school gym area all the way down to Barry at Sedona. Originally, Trustee Natchez is asking us to consider potentially moving it all the way down to and including in front of Mangones.
I think moving it all the way down may be a good thing. I do think, though, it needs to be phased because I did see the numbers of how much it was going to cost to buy these multi-space meters and all the space numbering signs. And I just don't see us spending all that money in one blow.
Mhm.
And not to renew a really old argument in the village way before your time, Jerry, but here's where you say, well, if it were pay by plate instead of pay by space,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to buy all these signs. But maybe the signs would have this added benefit of letting people know where there isn't a parking space. I mean, already people really push the limits getting too close to intersections. So
Yeah, that's a good point. Not knowing, right?
Yeah.
Out where you shouldn't park is just as big a challenge as sometimes finding where you can park.
Yeah.
Refresh my memory. All along Post Road, is it now 2-hour parking?
Yeah, it's 2-hour parking except Sunday for most of the areas that I'm familiar with.
So the metered parking would be also 2-hour parking, but just metered.
And we could keep it except Sunday if we wanted to.
Yeah, I don't think we charge for parking anywhere in the village on Sunday.
No, so we would keep it 2-hour limit, metered parking, using multi-space machines with numbered spaces.
So I would say I'm parking less than I parked pre-pandemic, but I did frequently park on the Boston Post Road. near St. Thomas Church. And I noticed that in the stretch in front of the car dealership, which is really the beginning stretch where this whole thing happened, there are cars that are parked there all day long. So I do feel like there are a lot of businesses who are, I mean, people aren't that busy, but I do think that we need to think about the fact that it's nice to be able to park without paying in some places, and there may be some businesses and some residents who are going to be frustrated about this. So, I mean, you have to pay to park in Harbor Island Park if you're taking your kids to games. So I mean, I think that we have to think, we need to be prepared for some public and some local business outcry about this.
And I understand that, and I agree with you, but we're talking about a commercial strip, the other commercial strip along the village, throughout the village, other than Mamaroneck Avenue. It's not like we're metered parking in a residential zone, because we're not doing that.
No, but these are a block from a residential zone. So what's going to happen is people who can't park on the post road are going to go in and park on the residential zone. So I think we need to really think about what the impact of this is going to be, especially when we are in a situation where people are actually driving and parking less to begin with. So implementing it now, we might not see the real effects until somewhere in the future. But I know that although that's 2-hour parking, people park there a lot longer.
Well, I just remember this conversation starting as trying to get some revenue from people who are avoiding paying for parking in Harbor Island by parking along the post road on the Harbor Island side, and then just walking into the park for free. And given our budget constraints, I mean, it seems like we should do what we can to get, to either encourage people to go into Harbor Island and pay for it, or pay a meter, which will be much less expensive. I'm concerned.
Well,
I join you in concern about these residential areas getting some overflow. But maybe this is where we phase it more, phase it where we really want to get people paying, and there isn't a residential overflow issue or as much of one, and then continue it in both directions or one direct, but phase it a little more. I mean, but we asked Jerry to give, put more in, add more sections of the road. And now we're losing money the longer we delay on this. I'd like to start collecting some revenue.
Yeah, to a certain extent, one of the things Nora just mentioned with the car dealership, and that's part and parcel of the problem.
Yeah.
When you place no value on your parking, people will treat it as if it has no value.
Yeah.
Well, but
that's the parking manager 101.
But there is a value. You can park for 2 hours. And for those people that, I will say there were many, I mean, having been like, I don't park everywhere in the village. That is a place that I used to park a lot. It was very difficult to get a parking space. And I would, park, I would go to a yoga class. I would do whatever I was doing. I would do a bunch of errands and I would notice the cars. The same cars were parked there. So It's not just not valuing, it's also not enforcing. It's just not enforcing.
And paying for parking encourages turnover. And that's the philosophy behind parking meters.
One question to clarify something Trustee Lucas said about the parents dropping the kids for their games. I understood that's it. Once you registered for the Little League or soccer or whatever, you do get like a 2-hour pass. So that instead of course, the convenience of just parking there will not be there, but you will have free parking just to drop and pick up your kids. And I'm not on the rec committee, but that's correct.
In June, in the gap between when Memorial Day starts and the seasons are over, there are temporary parking passes given to the families of kids who are doing sports there.
We do the same thing for tennis. We allow to drop off their child. We give them a 15-minute pass, or if they need to park there for a lesson or a court rental, we give them a 4-hour pass. We work that out with the tennis. They pay for it. They pay for a portion of that, not all of it, but they pay for most of it anyway.
Well, does the board want to put this on the agenda for 2 weeks? Do we need, is there a law drafted?
There is not at this point.
Mm-mm.
No,
Does the board want to direct the village attorney or a future village attorney to draft the law?
I would say yes. I would say yes, please.
How about the rest of you?
Yes.
Okay, we've got 2 yeses. What about the other 2?
I'm ambivalent about it. I think there may be more downside than upside, but I guess we could explore it.
Dan?
I have mixed feelings about it. There's no way that we can do it as a trial basis anywhere.
no,
Too expensive,
So
right?
it's
expensive.
You either
I don't
do it
have-
or you don't.
Yeah, Dan, I don't have spare machines hanging around where I could install them, or else we could do it as a trial basis, but the trial basis is gonna, I don't know if you need a trial basis to determine whether people are going to be upset about paying for parking or not. I can give you that people are gonna be upset.
I share Kelly's concern about going into the resident, pushing people into the residential neighborhoods, which is a big issue, particularly across from Harbor Island, which is that neighborhood more than many is overcrowded in parking to begin with. But I guess we could try it and see what happens and rescind it if it is a problem.
So Mayor, if I could get the board to approve from the Rye line all the way to the town line, Boston Post Road, and then I'd work with staff to come up with a phasing plan. We would keep the future phases potentially for consideration in the residential areas and focus more on the commercial areas for the beginning phases.
Okay, well, sounds like you got, a plurality to put it on, to work on.
I appreciate that.
Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you.
Dan, and anyone who's been working on this.
Certificate of appropriateness, Laura, you know what this is?
Yeah, well, so Christy and I have worked on this. Recently, the Skinny House changed hands, and it was determined that there wasn't a process for the new owner getting approvals for changing the outside of a historic building. So we looked into the old files. We found some old certificates of appropriateness. We did some research for other communities that do it, and just came up with a simple form to use. But also, there's a gap between our local landmarks ordinance, our BAR ordinance. So if you have a local landmark, there are 11, I think, in the village, and you want to do work on the exterior of your property, you have to get a certificate of appropriateness to make sure the work is in keeping with the historic nature of the building. But that comes from the Board of Architectural Review. Now, we haven't had an active landmarks committee for about 15, maybe 14 years, but the BAR is tasked with actually issuing the certificate of appropriateness in our landmarks code, but they're not tasked in the BAR code. So the two proposals are to include that in the BAR code, which is, I think, even more important because we don't have a landmarks committee, and then develop a certificate of appropriateness application form so that the building department has that and can have a tickler in the file for the 11 properties that are landmarks, so people will know what to do. And this all came about because the person who bought this property really wants to make sure everything she does is done perfectly.
Okay.
Good for her.
Yeah.
It's nice to hear.
Okay, this will be, you don't need really an action of ours, do you?
I mean, I think I think Christy and Bob and the building department and the planning department could just pick an application to use. But I think the only thing that we would need to do is a proposed local law to change the BAR code so that it's in their code that they have the responsibility and authority to do this. They have it in one code, but not in their own code.
To review the, Mayor, in order to review the application is not in the code?
No, not on the BAR code. So so if you're on the BAR and you read your code, you don't know that you're supposed to be doing this. It's the landmarks code that says the BAR has to do it.
Okay.
Which worked out okay when there was an active landmarks committee because there would be interaction. But I think it should just be something that's in the code for the BAR too.
Okay. All right.
Would this be a permit that you pay? Would there be a fee?
You know,
I would like there to not be a fee when you're.
I don't think there's ever been. It's funny. So the last one that got issued was one that I worked on with Dan Natchez for a building out in Taylor Lane after Sandy. And it's just as far as I could tell, there was no application fee. It's just a part of your building application. I think if I don't know it in some cases that was a fairly big project, so the planning board I think was involved with that, but I don't think there needs to be a fee for this because it's probably an application in conjunction. There's going to be a building permit fee, and you'd be paying a building permit fee for most of the work that you'd be doing. So I don't think there needs to be an extra fee.
Thanks. Yep.
All right. Thank you. Court consolidation. Jerry hasn't done research on it. There's nothing really to discuss right now. Is that correct, Jerry?
Correct, Mayor.
Okay. I just want to say something. This is in its infancy, and we're just doing a check on it. This has absolutely nothing to do with the fire department and the police department. I had heard rumors over the weekend that we were looking to consolidate the fire department and the police department, and that has never been on anybody's mind. Nothing can be further from the truth. And I can't imagine in my wildest dreams who dreamed that up. But this is not what's on the agenda here, and this is not a prelude to that. And that is not something that people should be worried about, in my estimation. I just wanted to say that to squash potential rumors. Not that there's ever any rumors in the village of Mamaroneck. I just want to, there's just a couple of minor items that I think we can hold over, but this is what we have to do tonight. The board tasked Nora Lucas and myself with working with the folks who were interested in the BLM painting in the village to find an appropriate spot. And we went over to the park and we have a spot starting on around Mamaroneck Avenue going down toward Van Ranst. I don't know, it's not that far, and it probably goes like, it stops before the playground. It's actually a very tasteful proposal that they have. I sent it to the whole board. So at the last meeting, the resolution was that we would come back to the board with this, and we're coming back to the board with it. And I hope it meets with the board's approval, because the folks would like to do it on the weekend of the 24th. And they wanted to make it a community event, and they're inviting people to come down and help them paint it. And all of the paint and all of the supplies and all of the artwork will all be donated. Does anybody have any questions or concerns?
No, the email was 4/18 for anyone who's looking for it.
And Nora, what do you think of it?
Yeah, I mean, so it's different from the first mural that was proposed. It's a little simpler, which is probably going to be easier for a bunch of volunteers to execute. And it's a small stretch of property from the post road to the V in Van Ranst. I mean, from Mamaroneck Avenue to the V in at Van Ranst Place. So it would be visible from the Boston Post Road. And it's, can we put the image up? Can someone put the image up?
From
Day 418?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you explain that one more time? Where is it?
Here
So
it is.
Here we go.
It's the proposal is Van Ranst Place at Mamaroneck Avenue. So there's that V in the road. It's
Yeah.
between, it's, you know, it's south, north of the rail station.
One on the right that Victor's sharing on the screen.
Can you see the screen? Okay.
Yeah.
The one that's closer to
On the right,
Avenue.
right.
Columbus Park?
Yeah,
Yeah.
at the edge, it's at the edge of Columbus Park. And
Where
Mamaroneck
your
Avenue.
cursor is.
So the one in the picture, the road, the road to the right of the V is Mamaroneck Avenue?
Yes,
That, yeah, where Victor's cursor is now going back and forth. That's Mamaroneck Avenue.
Okay, okay, now I understand it. Okay.
It's, you know, it's not as large as the other one. I think in some ways it's more appealing to the eye. And the birds have a special meaning of both looking back and looking forward at the same time. So in other words, you know, we want to recognize our history, but improve upon our history as we move forward. So
Thanks, Norton, Tom. That looks nice.
I think we just went. I think there were greater minds than us who were
yeah,
figuring it out.
Well, it's a good location too, so.
good location, and it's a nice design.
Yeah.
So the board all right with that?
Yes.
Somebody helping with, it's
Yeah.
just a community who is
Yeah, so
leading the charge?
there's a muralist who lives locally who's going to help block it out. And then
I know another artist who's volunteered.
and help supervise people then, you know, just the next day. So the whole that this is simple enough that people can paint it without a lot of artistic skill. Like, so volunteers can do it. And I guess Jerry's going to work with the organizers, but they're going to spread out the number of people that do it, so there's never a crowd, so it's appropriately socially distanced.
And there's going to be masks and you know, sanitizer, and we're gonna, yeah, it's going to be COVID compliant.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nora circulated.
You brought up something that was not on the agenda but it's on tonight's, you wanted for tonight's agenda, that should have been on the work session, has to do with the intermunicipal agreement on 203. Because what is in the draft and in the email was not what was represented. And it creates a problem. So we have, because the village would be responsible for repairs way into the town's portion that has nothing to do with the original concept of what the IMA was supposed to be. So we have two choices. We either put it off, or we can move the village manager to enter into an IMA with certain conditions and enumerate the conditions.
You know, I was driving in that area today and I saw a bunch of trucks down there. Had they already started work on this?
Most of it is, a lot of it has already been done. I won't say most, a lot of it has already been done.
They received the town's permit today.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of it's been done before they got town permits or whatever. Okay.
I thought I saw some email that the town had kind of said, here's our agreement, sign it, or that's it. Is that?
No, there was a cover memo from their attorney who gave rationales for why they changed what they changed, which was not what we had. It was not the basis of what this board, I believe, communicated at that time.
We could deal with that at the regular meeting. I think everybody needs a break before we go to the main show. So we did actually pretty good tonight.
We did.
We did.
Made some progress. I'll make a motion that we adjourn the work session, and I'll see you in 20 minutes at the regular meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Okay. Well, I'll see you in a little while. Okay. Anon.
Anon.
So sometimes
Just to have a laugh.
Tom, you're on.
What?
You're on.
Okay.
Augie. Glenn says there's no Zoom connection. I see a lot of other attendees though. Oh, I see Glenn. He just raised his hand. I got him. He's good. I don't know what it was.
We just started. And then before comes the time you have to say so long. Roll. Roll. Trying to get up, getting on. Are we on? We on?
Mhm.
Okay, we have everybody, Nora, Dan, Victor, Kelly, suppose you know, Sally. Okay. Hi, folks. We are back and ready for round 2 of the Village of Mamaroneck board meeting. I'm sorry. I'd like a motion to open the Village of Mamaroneck board meeting.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Aye.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic
For which
which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. We were supposed to have a presentation from the ad hoc ethics committee, ad hoc ethics code review committee, but that is going to be put off until the 26th of October. First item on the agenda is communication to the board. Does anybody want to communicate to the board? Where's the hand up here, Og?
First is Carlos.
Let's go to Mr. Garcia, then we'll go to Glenn. Mr. Carlos Garcia, is your hand up?
Unmute your microphone.
Mr. Garcia? His hand was up during the workshop. That might have been an inadvertent hand up.
Okay.
Okay, let's try Glenn. Glenn?
Good evening, board members. Good evening, Mayor.
Hi, Glenn.
Hi, Glenn.
We're all in mourning, of course, over the New York Yankees. Sorry, Jerry. Couple of things. You had the vote last week, Black Lives Matter. I have no problem with the Black Lives Matter. I do have a problem with the process. It seems that this board comes to making laws. Basically, you have it drawn up, and then we're presenting it to you. You got 3 minutes, but you know what? We're voting on it tonight. It's a done deal. And it's not the first time you've done it. I think that any time a new law is proposed, it should at least be open to public comment for 2 meetings, and then the 3rd meeting you vote. I don't think any public law should be introduced and passed at that meeting, because then the input from the community is meaningless. You're not going to change the law. If you're putting a law on the agenda and literally you're going to vote for that law that night, and that is the first public comment period for the law, what you've basically told the public is your comments are meaningless. The best you could do is maybe a slight adjustment. Propose a law, put out what the law is, put it on the agenda, discuss it at 2 meetings, 3rd meeting, vote on it. I think it would take a 6-week process for any law that you introduce to the public. I don't think that's asking too much. Then you can get full input on some of the laws and not be in the situation you're in right now with the 20-foot, 5-foot setback and some other things that you've done. Number 2, let's talk about the village attorney. I used to tell the village attorney back in the good old days, nice to meet you, don't buy a house in the village. That's what the turnover was. That's what the history of the village attorney was. Village attorney ended up being a political appointee. Every time an administration changed, we had a new village attorney. We finally have some continuity. You've lost the village engineer. You got a manager here for 1.5 years, 3rd manager in 5 years. We just started a new HR program. According to the mayor, the police chief is soon leaving. And I hate to tell you this, but when you go out and you talk to your rank and file employees, a lot of them, it's like they're in Vietnam. It says instead of 1 year and I'm out of country, it's how many years do I got left till I get to 20 years and I can put my papers in. That's not the way the village should be running. And by the way, I hope that, the village attorney doesn't come back and say, hey, now that you're taking the bids, you know what? I'm going to cost $20,000 more, because every time you turn over one of these positions, you are now paying a premium for that position. When your reputation is you turn people over in your village, well, guess what? I'm going to price in the fact that I might not be around here too long. Why don't you look at how the village manager's salary has gone up over the last 10 years? Every single time you bring in a new village manager, substantial increase. The new village engineer probably going to be at a substantial increase. If you look to replace this village attorney, I'll tell him right now, he should add $20,000 to what he originally offered you, because you're going to find out replacing these people doesn't come cheap. The other thing is, and by the way, it's not the village attorney's fault that the village gets sued. The village gets sued because some of the decisions that are made by some of the people in the village aren't the brightest ones in the world. You can't change laws at the last minute. You can't interpret things more restrictive than they are. People have a right to sue. If that's what you want to do, that's why we get sued. That's simply why we get sued. On the breaking up of one thing you keep in mind is you have a village attorney who writes your laws, and then you have the planning board that does its thing. But when it comes to the Board of Appeals, maybe you should see what every other community is doing, because I could understand why you'd want the same attorney for the village and the Board of Appeals, because if the Board of Appeals looks to interpret a law and they have a separate attorney and he interprets the law differently than the attorney who wrote it for you, the trustees, that's a beautiful lawsuit waiting to happen. If you write a law, your attorney writes the law, he knows what you want. It goes to the Board of Appeals. The Board of Appeals interprets that law differently than you wrote it. Their attorney interprets that law with the Board of Appeals. You'll now have a lawyer for the village and a lawyer for the Board of Appeals with different interpretations of the same law. That's probably why you'd want to keep your village attorney for that, the Board of Appeals, and for your HMZ boards.
Thank you.
Okay, West Post Road starts at I Am Burgers, goes all the way up. Incremental parking, put it on the whole Post Road, absolutely for. There's a couple of spots where you have apartments, you're gonna get some bark back. You have apartments directly across from the high school. You got apartments right next to the town center. You might get a little pushback from the town center. And then you have the apartments all the way up by where the pediatrics is, just off of North Barry Avenue. Through that slanted in, so I'm not even sure that would be considered Boston Post Road. Otherwise, there's absolutely no reason. You would actually encourage people who live in the apartments to vacate the spots at 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, because if you sleep in until 11, 12 o'clock, they don't get over there to mark the tires until 10 o'clock, and then you have to wait 2 hours. So at best, they go back at 12 o'clock. So, you know, and if you park at 10 o'clock in the morning, you're a kid going to school. By the time they mark your tire at 3 o'clock, you're out there before you're ever going to get a ticket. So putting those metered spots in is actually a very bright idea. Be aware, September, we have the kids and we have a split schedule with the kids going to school. So you have kids who might be going back and forth to school at odd hours.
Yeah.
And also, if the mayor, you might want to do a tuitional on how to properly fill out an absentee ballot. Maybe something you put on LMC TV where you just show people exactly how to fill out an absentee ballot, where to sign it and everything.
Thank you, Glenn. Glenn, your time.
And lastly, when does early voting start?
The 24th. Thank you. October 24th, early voting, Town Center for those around here. Ms. Daria Locker? Losher? I'm sorry. I'm very.
Yeah, it's Locker. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. So I was going to speak up during the last meeting, but it got pretty caught up talking about the Black Lives Matter mural. So I wanted to speak up during this meeting to talk about how concerned I am about the amount of money that the village is spending on litigation when so many other things seem much more important. So I looked at the abstract of bills to be approved and saw that roughly $55,000 relates to legal fees for litigation, with most of that pertaining to two matters, Hampshire and Cindy Goldstein. And I heard that the village is bearing the expense of Goldstein's lawsuit against the village. Is that true?
The village is defending the lawsuit and that costs money.
But I'm asking if the village is bearing the expense of Goldstein's lawsuit against the village.
I think, as the lawyers say, Daria, that's asked and answered. Yes, we're paying for ours, we're not paying for hers.
Interesting. Well, in any case, I just wanted to ask what the status of these lawsuits are and how much more you expect to spend before they're resolved.
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, well, those are my questions. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Daria. Okay. Stuart.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
When the leadership of the Board of Trustees changed in 2017, residents were promised in a campaign flyer that, quote, Tom Murphy and Nora Lucas put the needs of residents before the wants of outside developers. Since then, the village has mostly done the opposite by enabling outside developers to increase their profits as their project damage residents' interests. While I think we all understand that it's not the Board of Trustees' responsibility to oversee development or the building department, it is your responsibility to see that the village has a building department capable of protecting residents' interests. I would like to go through some of the most egregious abuses over the last 3 years. The Mason at 270 Waverly Avenue. When the project was conceived, both the draft environmental impact statement and final environmental impact statement made it clear that, quote, a grading and drainage plan has been prepared by the project engineer. Grades or elevation on the site will not change substantially, since the site is currently level and paved, and changes in the grade are not required to implement the proposed plan. Building permits were issued in the summer of 2017 at the end of the Wild West period of development under the Rosenblum administration. The first thing the developer did was bring in 25,000 cubic yards of fill to raise the site up to 7 feet. In late 2018, I advised this board that the Mason was being built without approved plans. For those listening at home, I'll repeat, the building department allowed the Mason, the largest construction project in the village over a decade, to be built on the banks of the Sheldrake River in the middle of our floodplain in the village's most densely populated neighborhood without approved plans. By the time the project was substantially completed in 2019, it had the following documented issues in addition to the 25,000 yards of unpermitted fill. The buildings are 7 feet taller than code allows. Buildings are in violation of front yard setbacks on Waverly. The site lacks the code required amount of parking, as well as numerous other defects. Despite the numerous clear violations of village code, the building department began issuing temporary certificates of occupancy in 2019. I'm requesting that this board work with the village manager to ensure that no permanent certificates of occupancy for the Mason are issued prior to the developers receiving variances for the existing violations of village code. The Brixmore CVS North Shore Shopping Center. Despite it now being home to my favorite supermarket, this construction has also been rife with construction. Even though the project has been underway for over 4 years and substantially completed for a year, the following documented issues remain unresolved. The required stormwater management system has demonstrably failed, discharging polluted, untreated stormwater into the Mamaroneck River every time it rains. Over 100 of the required landscape trees, shrubs, and plantings are either dead, missing, and are required to be replaced. As of last week, all the stores in the new buildings were operating without certificates of occupancy or even temporary certificates of occupancy. I'm requesting that this board work with the village manager to ensure that Bixmore meets their responsibilities under their planning board approvals, license agreements, and building permits regarding the stormwater management practice, landscaping, and ADA compliance, where permanent certificates of occupancy are issued. 207 Grand. 207 Grand Street subdivision.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you.
Mayor, respectfully,
Okay. Take one. Okay, thank you. Public hearing. Next item on the agenda is public hearing on PLA 2020 Dogs in Harbor Island Park. And we have gotten a lot of feedback on this. And we're going to take a shot at it tonight. Does anybody wish to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Augustino,
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
aye. Thank you. Okay. Before we hear from the public, does anybody on the board wish to comment upon this law? Victor, I see you speaking. I can't hear you, bro. It's like all garbled.
We can hear you, but it's all garbled.
It's like you're goggling.
Can you go in and go out?
He's gonna try to go in and go out. Nori, do you have anything like that, or just want to hear from the public?
I mean, no, I mean, I think that, I think there are a few people who may want to speak about it. I think that, just to clarify, it's, allowing, dogs are not allowed near the playing fields, on the playing fields or in the playgrounds, and that currently dogs are allowed in the early morning, and this is expanding it to the times the park is open. But it's all dogs on leash. It's not dogs off leash, and it's not a dog park, which is something that the Rec and Parks Committee and a subcommittee are really working on to try and create a dog park. But this is simply to expand the hours in which and locations in which dogs can be in Harbor Island Park on leash
Okay, thank you.
with their owners or responsible parties.
Victor, you back on, buddy?
Coming in.
Yep.
Almost there. Looks like
Okay, we can hear you though.
I'm here now.
Yeah,
I think my computer is zoomed out.
yeah.
I'm
it happened.
getting tired. Here we are too. Anyway, I was just asking for a brief explanation before people, because probably some know, but some probably don't know what's the change. So
Nora, what- yeah.
hear from the public, but probably you already did that. So
And Nora handled that one nicely.
I was sure. Okay, good.
Okay, Miss Elizabeth Young? Hello?
Elizabeth, unmute your mic.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Just wanted to express my support for allowing dogs to walk from dawn to dusk, from I guess opening hours in Harbor Island Park. Very much appreciated. And it's also a great location because it has access to parking and should therefore be accessible to more residents. So just wanted to express my support. We do have a dog, and we've been following the rules as best we can, walking on streets and such. And so this would be, I guess, outside of the original Rushmore location, this would be an expansion of where we can walk our dogs. So thank you.
Thank you, John. Let's go to Christy Derrico, and then we'll go to Glenn.
Did I unmute myself? Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Good.
Okay, good evening. Mayor, I was joined with you when you raised the issue of getting calls about malicious gossip, and my weekend was ruined by almost the same calls that you apparently received. And I've been a servant of the village for many years, 10 years as village justice and 2 years as trustee. And the budget's posted so everyone sees the compensation, but they don't see the time and dedication that goes with that. We've been asking to meet with the board. There has been a malicious whisper campaign. One can never say who begins such rumors, but it really is maligning the court and what we do to serve the public and to keep our doors open and to do what we need to do as justices. So I'm asking for an opportunity to be heard. And I don't appreciate the malicious rumors that have been circulating that make our job so unenjoyable at times when we should just be pulling up our sleeves and getting down to work.
I appreciate that, Judge Derico. Right now, we're in a public hearing about the dog law.
Fair enough. I wanted to get the opportunity to put in my comment since we weren't allowed to speak during the work session. And so I've given that, and I hope to hear from you.
Thank you, Judge Derico. Mr. Glenn Tippett?
Yes, the one thing that I would ask is that as part of the provision, any dogs that are going to be walked down the harbor have to be licensed. You have a license law in the village as it is. That way you're sure the dogs down there have their proper shots and everything else. So if you want the privilege of walking the dog in Harbor Island Park, you have to go to the trouble of making sure your dog is licensed here in the village of Mamaroneck. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Gallagher?
Yes, this is Judge Gallagher. Good evening to the board, and I would like to echo some comments that Judge Derico said earlier. I know it's out of place, but I'm in the same boat that we could not speak up during the working session. So if you'd permit me a moment to say a couple of things, I appreciate it. I just want to say that I'm finishing up my 12th year as a Village of Mamaroneck Court, and I'm really proud of the work the court does. It's an institution that has been around for over 100 years, and I think we do good work, and I think we're one of the pillars of the community in the operation of the court. We've been operating for many months now at 50% of our staffing. We normally have 4 full-time court clerks due to a retirement of one and another clerk taking a job elsewhere. We've been functioning with a 50% staff level, and as one of the busiest local courts in the state, and certainly in Westchester County, we can't allow this to continue. We're not able to do the work of the courts because of these vacancies. Now, we have been asking the board, and we've been asking the village manager now since May, to sit down and speak to us about how to resolve the filling of the vacancies, because we have to collaborate together. We are 2 independent parts of the government. The court is independent of the municipality, and the separation of powers make things difficult at times, but we have to work together to fill these vacancies so we can do the job of the people in the court. So I would respectfully ask the board to intercede here, because the village manager has refused to meet with us over several months despite several requests, which seems very strange for the heads of our department not being able to speak with the village manager when we're in such a crucial situation. So I'd ask if the board would consider interceding and scheduling an opportunity for the judges to meet with the board with the hope of trying to resolve this impasse, which is having a huge impact on our ability to do our jobs. And so I respectfully ask you to consider that request, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments on the dog law? Marissa?
Unmute yourself, Marissa.
Okay, I just did. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, ma'am. Could you?
Okay, great. Thank you so much for, giving us the opportunity to speak, Mayor and board. I'm a longtime resident of the village. I have a dog, and, I'm within walking distance of the beautiful harbor and would be so appreciated. I just want to lend my support to this new, potential regulation to just be able to walk on leash with my dog at any time into the park, rather than getting into my car and having to drive to either Larchmont or to Rye, to be able to walk in a park with the dog at any time. I think it would be a really great thing for the village to expand the hours there.
Thank you, Marissa.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to comment upon the dog law? I don't see anybody. See anybody?
I don't see anybody else.
Anybody on the board? Any questions or concerns?
I guess, I mean, this was brought forth by the rec committee. I'm the liaison to the rec committee, and they, I think they would love to have recommended that dogs be allowed in many other parks, but I think the decision was that Harbor Island Park seems to be the most central park and the biggest park, and that it would be the appropriate place to try and give dog owners a little bit more of a place to walk their dogs. Obviously, it would be great for it to have a place where dogs can be off leash, and that's something going forward. They're working on a dog park, but this is, I think, something that they proposed almost a year ago. So I'm speaking for I think I can speak for the Parks and Rec Commission to say that they are in support of this.
Anybody else on the board?
I'll speak as a dog owner and someone who's completely wild about my Tito. I think not only is this good for dogs and dog owners to be able to be on grass and play with their dogs. In the summer, the pavement can get so hot. I've seen some really horrifying pictures of dogs whose pads on their feet have been burned off by asphalt. So I think this is a good thing for dogs and for people. I do think, though, that there are some irresponsible dog owners out there. And I think particularly in the beginning, as there has been some opposition to this, I urge dog owners to pick up after their dogs and to respect the leash component of this. You know, if they don't, I fear this is going to be ruined for everyone. So I would just make a public plea that people be responsible with their dogs. And I know we're in a crunch for staff, but I hope that, you know, we can put a little effort towards, you know, keeping our eyes on this, making sure people are following the rules. But I'm thankful to the people who've supported this. I'm thankful to the Rec Commission and to Nora for getting us this far.
You know, I have concerns and misgivings about, you know, the proximity of children and dogs and people not being on leash. But, you know, I'm willing to give this a try. And there was a couple of longtime village residents that have expressed those concerns too, that we got in emails today. I'm of the opinion that it's worth a try, but I think this is something we really got to watch carefully. Mm-hmm. You know, I've told the story before of me being in Harbor Island Park and an off-leash dog very far away from its owner confronting me aggressively. And, you know, it was uncomfortable. And I'm not a little kid. So I think we have to, you know, be very, very diligent in enforcing our leash law.
Yep.
Like I said, I'm willing to give it a try.
And maybe Jerry can speak about this, but one of the reasons that it's feasible to do this in Harbor Island Park is because Jerry has been able to, in this current budget, deputize other people to enforce the codes regarding dogs on leashes. And so one of them is actually, they're both people who are in the park a lot. So just as in the course of their work, they'll be able to monitor. So to Kelly's point, I think that's something that we can do in Harbor Island Park in ways we can't do it in some of the other parks.
Good.
But so because the dogs were only permitted from 6 to 8 a.m. Now what I can do is direct code enforcement to take a spin through the park during their daily rounds in their routine observation of the village to run through the park as well now to see the same thing and to look at the same thing. And I know that Officer Bell, who is down there in the police car on weekends, does a very good job at making sure that the dogs are not in the park on off hours, which of course will change now with this law. So I know that he'll be looking out for dogs off leash because that'll be the biggest problem.
And, If nobody else has any other input, I need a motion to close.
Well,
Nora,
wait,
I'm sorry, your hand up.
Just one more thing to Glenn Tippett's comment about dogs needing a license. If somebody cited, I mean, dogs have to have a license in the village, correct?
Yeah, so I think all dogs in New York State have to have a license.
Right. So if the dog doesn't have a license, what happens? And they're, I mean, you're not going to stop. I mean, I assume that people aren't looking for the dog tags. They're looking to see if there's a dog that's unleashed in a park. But if there's an unleashed dog in the park, I would think that there's an automatic provision for a dog that doesn't have a license.
Yeah, I think if the dog, and usually I think how it comes up usually is when a dog bites somebody and it's like, if the dog behaves itself, nobody ever looks at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like anybody's pulling over dogs and asking them for the license or registration. We have another hand up of residents, Mr. Spatz.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board, Mayor. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yeah,
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I wanted to speak about the dogs in the park. I wasn't actually going to say anything, but I can expand upon Trustee Lucas's inquiry. I know, for example, in the city of New Rochelle, whether you're a resident or not, if you plan on having a dog in the park, there are permits that can be purchased through the municipality. And indeed, if someone does have a dog on within the park and doesn't have a permit, they could be issued a summons. There's twofold on this. One, in the unfortunate event of an animal biting somebody, it's a lot easier to address the issue, especially if they are permanent and on record with the municipality. There is also the ability to gain revenue on a non-intrusive way with that permitting. I love dogs. I'm a champion of rescues. Think that would be phenomenal as a dog owner, having that access to our Emerald on the Sound. But I would agree that the ability to have that permit with the individual, or at least on record with the municipality, would help the municipality enforce and or address any issues should something occur. But I love the idea and then 100% support that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just looking, I think to answer Andrew, the New Rochelle requires permits in parks in which dogs are allowed. But they have specific dog parks. So I'm not sure if it's for every park or just the parks in which dogs are allowed, but that's maybe something that we consider. And I know that maybe that will be considered as the plans for creating a dog park get more formalized.
I believe that's specifically, Nora, for dog parks in New Rochelle, because I know there are residents of Mamaroneck who drive to New Rochelle.
Yes, right.
And those are dog parks. Just for people who are confused on this, those are parks that are enclosed where dogs run free without leashes. And that's not what we're talking about in the village right now.
Right.
There's another resident, Carr. Can you identify yourself, please?
Hi, it's Carrie Sergio.
Hi, how are you, Carrie?
Good, how are you, Mayor, Board? I just wanted to chime in here. Being on the Parks and Rec Commission and also on the subcommittee where we're also looking into a dog park, which, as Nora said, is completely separate from this. I really just wanted to say that expanding the allowance of dogs in the main part of the harbor from when it opens to dusk isn't really that big of a stretch when you consider that the dogs are already allowed on the Rushmore Avenue side. So this is just allowing people to just have a bigger area to be able to walk their dogs on leash. And yes, it is entirely true that there are bad seeds with everything and there are irresponsible dog owners. But I often find that in more public places, such as parks, people are watching and people speak up when dog owners are being irresponsible. And I find that it's often cleaner in areas such as that than walking in my own neighborhood where I constantly see droppings left behind from irresponsible dog owners. But I would not let that deter something like this from happening, because it's right now the only place where you really can walk a dog on leash through a public park. And I just think the residents would be so incredibly grateful if the board were to extend the dogs being able to be in all parts of the harbor other than the playground and the fields and the beach, obviously. But it would just be a really wonderful thing for dog owners to have a place where they can take their dogs. And I know everyone would just really, who has a dog, would really appreciate it. And I hope that everybody respects this if it goes through. But there'll be people watching, because nobody wants something as wonderful as this to get ruined. So I appreciate all the time and effort and the consideration, and I hope it goes through.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Rich Limegrubber? Hi, Rich.
Hi, board. Hi, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your time tonight. I was here to speak about something else, but I thought I'd chime in. I was a dog owner until recently. I plan on being a dog owner in the future. One thing I will tell you, my experience has been owning a dog has brought me more friends and more, people in the community together. And I think that having the ability to bring your dog to a park like Harbor Island is going to be an amazing thing. Because I think, we're always talking about division, and dogs bring people together because everybody has a common with their dog and telling stories about their dog. So I love the idea. So very good. I'm fine with you guys saying that we need to have a dog license. I think that actually is a very good regulation. But I disagree with the other gentleman who said that we should have a permit, and that's a good way to generate more revenue. I am a village resident for 4.5 years, and I think we pay enough in taxes that now that we have a dog that's going to go into a park, I don't think it's necessary to have a permit to walk into the park. If it's a dog park where you have to be registered to let your dog off leash, I'm fine with getting a permit for that. But I think that residents should have to buy a permit so that they can bring their dog to the park. So thank you, and that's my comments.
Thank you, Rich. Okay. I don't see anybody else. Have a motion to close this public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, would anybody care to make a motion to adopt this public law?
I move that we adopt this law.
I'll second.
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes, with the caveat that we have to watch this closely and make sure that it's implemented properly. But good luck to all the dog owners, and hopefully this will all work out, and we'll have a dedicated dog park sometime in the future. Thank you. And just like that, it was a law.
Just like that.
And the next item up is the order of bills. And the first item is the abstract of ordered vouchers, the manuals. And this is for $4,000, $4,008.85. And this is basically water charges to Westchester Joint Water Works. Does anybody have any questions or concerns about this? Okay. I need a motion.
I have one question. It's on the order of the bill. It's with the material that's with it, which was a budget transfer summary. Jerry, I assume that on the $96,000 is from the storm Isaias, and it's being submitted to FEMA.
No, so we submitted an application, the preliminary damage assessment that we gave security to be submitted to FEMA was over $1.1 million.
Have they sent us a check yet?
No. I would expect 75% of that as soon as the declarations have all been issued.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And thank you for your diligence on that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
The abstract in front of us is $4,008.85. I need a motion to accept it.
So moved.
Second.
Will you call roll, please?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas? Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. Next abstract of ordered bills is $221,657.07. A lot of this is Medicare reimbursement to our retired workers. And I guess that's if you're over 65, right?
Yeah, Part B, and you get
And
reimbursed.
that's your Part B, okay.
Mhm.
I have a question on page 4. It's not a question, it's a request. Civic Pageant and Rizal PC, their bill for August 2020 is $85,996.50. Could you send me and send the board, but you know, I'm asking for it, is a total of their whole billing for the year? Okay. That's the only issue I had. Anybody else?
Well, I do have a question that, because it adds printing costs. And this was for October work. And that would be the
No, it's August 2020.
post-hearing work.
It's August 2020.
But even that is after the hearing.
After the hearing, that's true. You know what the printing costs were? Do you have the bill?
We can pull it up.
Sorry, Augie. And I know that sometimes attorney bills come in, August for work that was done in June. So that could be what's going on here as well.
And I've noticed that lawyers have very expensive printing machines.
Well, they have to put them in. Oh, you have to make so many copies, and it's.
Well, while he's looking that up, does anybody else have any questions on other bills?
Isn't a lot of stuff just filed electronically now?
No, there's still stuff you have to.
I mean, the reason I ask is because the printing costs are typically involved with court filings, and
yeah.
And so, for the hearing, I don't know why we would have printing costs necessarily.
Might be able to answer that one.
You might be, Dan?
I said Bob might be able to answer that.
Bob, do you know?
I do not. I wasn't involved in that, so I don't know.
We have to look at his bill.
Question?
How much does the printing cost?
Printing is $15.50.
It's $15.
Oh, okay.
All right. All right. There's a couple of residents with their hands up. Go to Mr. Garcia. We tried him before. Mr. Garcia? Can you unmute your mic, sir? Mr. Garcia, sir? Can you unmute your mic? Okay, I think Mr. Garcia is hitting this by accident. Go to Mr. Teeker.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Same page, page 4, top of the page, Abrams Fensterman. I think the amount is 13,000. On the Acela matter. What is the Acela matter?
Bob, can you answer that?
Yeah, it's a dispute over software that the village purchased and isn't performing as it was anticipated.
Are we the plaintiff or the respondent?
There's no lawsuit yet. At this point, it is a notice of default that was sent to them and to another company that worked on that.
And
But
that
it's
cost,
our claim.
and, I'm sorry,
Now
go
we're
ahead.
claiming for breach of contract.
And that cost $13,000 to put in?
That's what the bill says, yes.
Okay. And did the board authorize that?
Yes,
When was that?
some time ago in the spring and early summer.
Okay, I went back and looked. I saw one meeting where Acela was discussed in executive session. I saw no decision in the minutes on that. So I don't know if you guys took a vote and just didn't record it or didn't take a vote, but that's $13,000. I don't know if there's more coming.
Thank you.
Page 8, I was hoping somebody might have a comment, but guess not. Page 8, Carousel Industries of North America, Telecommunications Services, $27,000. Is this a new company or have I just been slack? Or is this just a new name of an old vendor or something? Wondering what services they're providing.
Jerry?
New telephone service.
I can see that by telecommunications. I mean, I don't know what we spend on telephones, but is this a month? Is this a year? Is this just, you know, the board's $27,000. Times are getting tough. I hope the board knows what it's paying for. Page 13, Uline, 5 big and tall leather chairs. Was there a purchase order on this or were these just bought online?
Jerry?
Page 13?
Page 13. Second block down, the bottom of the block.
It's on the fire, and he's questioning the fire department one.
I'm sorry?
I'm talking to Jerry.
Okay.
The Uline chairs, so it's 555.
Yes.
I don't know if there was a purchase order for that. They're pretty diligent on issuing purchase orders or producing purchase orders. I can't recall if there was a purchase order.
Okay. There's supposed to be a
These were for the fire
purchase order.
department.
I'm sorry?
Jerry, weren't these for the fire department?
Yeah, for the fire department. This might have been those chairs that we discussed many months ago. I couldn't answer the question if there was a purchase order or not. I don't recall.
So nobody knows what Carousel Industries, what's exact telecommunication service they provide for the village?
Jerry, can you elaborate?
Or if it's a month or a year that's for, or 6 months or a quarter or something?
If the board recalls, we switched telephone providers and servicers many months ago, based on a presentation that we made to the board. It was Augie, Dan, and I. Carousel's that company.
Oh, okay. So this is our major phone provider?
That's
Yeah?
right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's try Mr. Garcia one more time. Hello?
Microphone, Mr. Garcia, please.
Mr. Garcia? Okay. I gotta figure Mr. Garcia is, like a lot of us, learning technology. And hopefully he'll get a handle on it. All right. Any other
Question?
members have questions about the order of bills?
I have a question, Jerry, page, and Augie, page 4. There are 2 Chasen engineering bills. One is relates to support litigation, so that's clearly in that group, which is legal. The other one is Chasen engineering with the remediation for Taylor's Lane. That has been typically in engineering. Why would you want it to charge to the legal department?
No, yeah, that's a good catch. I'm not sure if that should have been out of engineering. I think it just, I'm pretty sure, right, Dan? That's supposed to be out of engineering.
I believe so, unless it's attached to some purchase order that may have been charged to legal, it should be engineering.
Yeah, I think, Victor, you're right. That should be engineering. Because it's associated with the report at the landfill, at the Taylor's Lane site.
I'll request engineering.
Are we getting close? When I joined the board 2.5 years ago, I was told, yeah, we were just a couple of months. In a couple of months, you'll be done. And I know there's been extra requirement from DEC.
Yeah.
But even with that extra requirement, which was a year ago, why do we pay this recurring bills, and when are we getting close to the?
So it's serendipitous that you asked this question, Victor, because Nora forwarded an email about this morning to me, and I responded. So, I responded that, a lot of our delays are from DEC, and I commented that they are moving at a pace similar to that of the glacier which created the Hudson River. But I think right now we're probably going to have the all clear by the end of the year. We filed our final engineering report last year. The site's been reclassed. The only thing that's left is revising the site management plan. We submitted that in February. We submitted a revised plan based on DEC comments in August. So I'm hopeful that it'll be by the end of the year, but I'll keep my fingers crossed.
We have substantial reimbursement on that project.
Yeah, we just received $390,000 within the last month, I believe.
Yeah, in the last month.
The remediation
program. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Then that $300,000 is to cover past remediation.
Past remediation and other engineering costs.
Yeah.
So you can reclassify this tomorrow, but we can pass it like this.
Anybody else have any questions or concerns? Okay. May I please have a motion to accept the abstract order and vouchers?
So moved.
Second.
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy. Aye.
Thank you all. Old business. Resolution authorizing IMA for 203 Cummings Road sanitary sewer system. Cummings Road, the areas down there, some of town of Mamaroneck, some of village of Mamaroneck. I don't think any of them, when you get past Eagle Knolls and you're going down Cummings, I don't think any of those houses are on sewer. They're all on septic. Person bought a house at 203 Hummocks, and they went to hook up to the sanitary sewer system that dead ends by Hummocks Middle School, and they are willing to pay the cost for that themselves. It'll be a low pressure system. So it's actually easier in the pipes. This is a proposed agreement between the village of Mamaroneck and the town of Mamaroneck, because the pipe will kind of go between the village and the town on different locations. The majority, I think, is in the village, but there's a lot in the town. And this resolution talks about who will pay for what. So if something happens, if the village has to fix a pipe in the town, we will charge them $75 a foot, and vice versa. So that is what has changed on this, and so that's where we are. Anybody on the board have anything to say?
Yeah, it's actually not where we are. The original concept was, and you are correct, Mr. Mayor, that it goes from 203 to Eagle Nose Road. That's then the agreement was changed to include from 203 Hummocks Road to 220 Hummocks Road, which is all the way to the end. And so the village would be obligated to fix that part of the line if the town didn't do it, and then seek reimbursement from the town. It gets more complicated. And then there is the issue that if the village, was suggested at the last board meeting that we include all the potential extensions, not only to the end of Hummocks Road, but if there was other houses, which would be Oak Lane, that they all could hook up at, and at a future point in time. The agreement, after we sent this back last time, the change was to make it easy, was to clean up who pays for what, by with a cost of $75 a lineal foot, either by the town or the village, with reimbursement from the other. What they did do is they cut out additions in the village and left all the additions in the town, so that we're obligated to do that as well. I talked with Jerry earlier today, or this afternoon, and we should either go, my feeling is we should go back to the original agreement, which is 203 Hummocks Road to Eagle Neck Road, with the mutual reimbursement clause for work done by, if necessary, by either party. And it's cleaner, simpler, whatever. Otherwise, we should go back to what the draft was that we sent back to them, which included all the areas, that could potentially hook up.
Well,
so for what's before us tonight, I'm suggesting we have two alternatives. Either we say we don't approve anything tonight, until a new draft is recirculated. Do a simple resolution giving the village manager authority to enter into an IMA with very specific conditions, and I'm happy to enumerate those conditions, which is what we basically did last time, but simplified to $75 per lineal foot.
Is there anything in this resolution that precludes Oak Lane from being added later?
Tom, it's very hard to hear you.
Okay, Bob Spolzino.
Yes, Mayor.
Is there anything in this resolution that precludes Oak Lane from being added later?
In the resolution or in the agreement?
In the agreement.
Well, the town attorney has indicated that he doesn't want to see Oak Lane in the agreement, and I'm not sure why.
But if we're hooking up, he could not stop us from hooking up our homes to a pipe that's in the village.
Correct.
Tom, that's not the issue.
That's the issue I'm talking about, Dan. Thank you.
No, excuse me, it's
Let me
the,
finish what I'm saying. I'm asking the village attorney a question. Thank you. So in the future, if the homes on Oak Lane wanted to hook up, they could hook up? Bob?
Correct.
So
Yeah, this agreement does not deal with who can hook up. It deals with who pays for what.
Right. So that wouldn't change. So
Yeah.
if a pipe on Oak Lane broke after they hooked up, we would still be on the hook for it.
Right, which is why I don't understand what his objection is.
my objection is very simple.
No, not yours, the
You.
town attorneys.
His email said the town didn't want to be responsible for potentially having to do work on Oak Lane if the village didn't do it and then bill the village. But on the same token, the town attorney is asking the village to be responsible for all of Homix Road past 203 to 220 and pay for it and then seek reimbursement. It just seems to me to be not a two-way street and more complicated.
I don't understand why we would have to work on 203 to 220. I mean, it's upstream of anything in the village. I don't see a scenario where a pipe breaking at 215, we would have to work on.
That's what the agreement says. If they don't fix it, we have to.
I also am confused because it looks like there's a lot of disturbance on Oak Lane to install this actual pipe. And maybe I'm wrong, but so I mean, this is,
Well,
it just seems like it should be,
Originally, when I looked at the plan, I thought the pipe dead ended right past where Oak starts and Hummocks ends, like right past.
but that's not what it looks like now. And that that's not, and maybe it's some other kind of construction, maybe it's something else is going on, but I'm also confused because we don't know what the town actually approved because we have the town minutes from September 23rd, not from last week when they approved something. And they had approved something that was not consistent with the changes we tried to make a month ago. Seems like this is a giant game of telephone.
So
that's a fair characterization.
What?
I think that's a fair characterization.
And I would agree. Just so you know, Nora, the disturbance on Oak Lane was from the water company when the water pipe broke and they had to put in an entire new water pipe.
Right now, that's still visible now, though? That was last year.
No, what's there now is 203 work that goes up it goes up a few feet into
Oak Lane. Okay, yeah.
Slightly
That's
up the
what I
hill
thought,
to
that there
where
was
his
stuff.
driveway is.
That's the sanitary sewer that I just said. That if you looked at the plans of that we all looked at in the past few months, it says that's where it terminates.
My suggestion again is, it should be cleaned up easily. Staying from 203 to Eagles Neck Road, which was what the original concept was and the original deal was. The simplification of the $75 per linear foot, it also simplifies it, makes it easier. The rest of it, I think we should just do away with, period.
Want to take another shot? Go ahead, Vic.
Trying to, of course, follow this since last time, and we don't have a clean copy of what we should be doing today. We don't know exactly what the town approved. The letter from the town's attorney was Tuesday, but you had a meeting, I think the town attorneys, the managers, the mayor on Friday. I thought it had been resolved on Friday. So that's what confuses me. I thought maybe the meeting on Friday was to resolve all this.
That's what we thought.
I'm sorry?
We thought the same thing. We thought it was resolved on Friday with the addition of the $75. And then the remove the Oak Lane came out after that.
Okay, so, all right, so after, so
Yeah.
this 2 pages that are, well, you probably have different colors, but it's not the full IMA, but just a couple pages, that came in after.
Yep.
Then
That's the one that's blue. That's the markups are in blue in that one.
So we don't even, so we don't, do we have a clean copy? Could we make a clean copy? Or do you need to negotiate this first to get that clean copy?
We need to try to get on the same page. No
Okay.
pun intended.
I mean, there was a phone call, I don't know, October 2nd with both Bob and Jerry and the town manager and the town attorney and Tom were all on this call. So what was the result of that call?
We're gonna $75 per linear foot.
And what they said was, please poll your board individually to see if they agree, and majority of you agreed. And we moved on, and then we had that remove Oak Lane memo email from Bill Maker after that.
So I think if I can summarize, I think this board just wants there to be good for the goose, good for the gander parity in this agreement. And this removal of Oak Lane shifted the balance so that it's not equal anymore. So I think we need to go back and try to just get balance back in some way before this board will sign off on it.
Well, maybe that's the we'll just go back and say, we're fine with this if you put Oak Lane back in.
Yeah.
I think you're right, Kelly. I think that's the easiest way of doing it.
Bob?
If I might, I'd give them an option, either put Oak Lane back in or take the extension of Hommocks Road out. Either one makes it equal.
Yeah.
I'd rather see everybody have an opportunity to look.
But I was looking at the GIS today though, and I think that the house to the Larchmont side or the town side of 203, which is the house that sort of started this all, 205 is partly in the village. So there would be some transverse of village property to get it all the way down to the other end of Hommocks Road.
So it
both the GIS and our zoning map indicate part of the house on the Larchmont side of 203, which is 205, is in the village. So I just think it should just be the whole, anybody who could possibly hook up to this sewer should be part of this intermunicipal agreement.
Yeah, it behooves us all to have as many people as possible on it.
Yeah.
I mean, the pipes.
And it wasn't, this guy at this the 203, the people at 203, I don't think it was their desire. They were told they had to do this by the village engineer. So the more people we can get to hook up, the better it is.
They were told they wanted to build a sewer. They were told if they built the sewer, they were not told they had to build a sewer. They were told that if they wanted to build a sewer, it had to be to public specs.
Oh, okay.
That was Hernani. You can thank Hernani for that.
Well, that would make sense, because why would you let somebody hook up if they weren't building to public specs?
And it's a low pressure line. Which means a lot of people are gonna have grinders grinding stuff up before it goes in there.
My question is Jerry, is this something that you can handle, or is this something Bob should handle, or both of you should handle, or how do we get this telephone game back onto the right connection?
So I'm not sure. I know Mr. Maker and Mr. Altieri are on the same page. I understand that the way you presented your proposal, either we leave Oak Lane in, or we remove 220 to 203, or we take that out. That might be the solution. I could do that. But at the end of the day, Mr. Spalzino has to bless the IMA, because it has to be, it can't be manager language. It has to be lawyer language. And I speak a different language than Bob does.
Well, I can talk to Bill Maker on Friday. That's the day he's available for town work. And see if we can get this resolved.
Well, my suggestion is, if I might, in order to speed things up, is for you and Maker, Altieri and Jerry all to get, be on it and get this finished one way or the other.
We'll try.
Yeah.
I thought that's what you guys tried to do last time.
Yeah, that's
They
what,
did.
that's what we tried to do.
Okay.
Yeah, and just so it's clear for the record, I think everybody on this board, but particularly me, it's very much in favor of the IMA and getting, sewers in and people off of septic, where they're next, the waters.
The sewers are going to be in one way or the other. Since now it's how we maintain them.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. So we're going to leave that leave that on old business until 2 weeks from now. Resolutions authorizing bond resolution for closed capital projects A, B, C, and D. Before I go through them, does anybody have any questions or concerns?
No, thanks to Augie for sending all that back.
My pleasure.
I second that, and to his staff, Laura, with that, and that summary sheet explains it all very nice. So thank you very much. That explains, it's a big bond, so we have everything in order. Thank you.
Okay, the first is bond A resolution. Dated, it's going to be now October 13th, 2020. Authorizing the issuance of 201,100 aggregate principal amount of serial bonds of the Village of Mamaroneck, County of Westchester, State of New York, pursuant to the local finance law to finance the cost of the acquisition, construction, and reconstruction of a building improvements in and for the village. Anybody have any questions or concerns about A?
No.
I'll make the motion.
Second,
Christina?
Trustees Winstrup,
yes.
Natchez? Yes. Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye, thank you. Bond resolution dated September 13th, 2020, authorizing the issuance of up to 3,980,900 aggregate principal amount of serial bonds of the Village of Mamaroneck, County of Westchester, State of New York, pursuant to the local finance law to finance the construction of the acquisition, construction, reconstruction of improvements to village streets and roads, the acquisitions of machinery and apparatus for constructions and maintenance of the acquisition, construction, and reconstruction of park improvements, all in the Village of Mamaroneck. And this I'm assuming it's for street paving that happened last year. Is that right?
That is correct, Mayor.
That's correct. Does anybody want to make the motion?
So moved.
Second,
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
yes.
Natchez?
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. Bond resolution dated October 13, 2020, authorizing the issuance of up to 847,000 aggregate principal amount serial bonds of the Village of Mamaroneck, County of Westchester, State of New York, pursuant to a local finance law to finance the cost of the acquisition of a firefighting vehicle for the Village of Mamaroneck. And this is for the engine that we just bought. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
That's correct.
So move.
Second.
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez?
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
I hope the fire department uses it in good health, and yes. Resolution dated October 13, 2020, authorizing the issuance of up to 92,400 aggregate principal amount of serial bonds in the Village of Mamaroneck, County of Westchester, State of New York, pursuant to the local finance law to finance the cost of the acquisition, construction, reconstruction of power infrastructure improvements in and for the Village of Mamaroneck. This is when the line went in Harbor Island Park, is that correct?
That is correct, the transformer.
Yep, transformer blue in Harbor Island Park, and then the whole line on the field.
That's correct, Mayor.
3 for 3 with runners in scoring position, Augie. I'll make that motion.
Second,
Call the roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Alrighty. Resolution authorizing 3C. This is appointing to the Arts Council. We're going to appoint two folks to the Arts Council tonight, and we're going to appoint one gentleman to the Flood Committee. The folks going on the Arts Council is Ms. Elizabeth O'Rourke and Miss Carrie Vaccaro Nelkin. And they'll both be serving expired terms. Is that right? Is they both serving the same terms or?
I'm not sure.
Vacancies both expiring December 2020. And, you know, I'm pretty sure that we will.
I would trust Sally.
Okay, so I guess we could do this all in one fell swoop.
I'm happy to make that motion.
I will second that motion. Any comments? No? Please
Trustees
vote.
Winstrup,
Thank you.
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. I want to thank both of those ladies for volunteering their time. The Arts Council is a very important group in our village. They really do a lot to improve the quality of life in our community. The next appointment is to the Flood Committee, and it's Mr. Steve Glenner. Do we have a term? Does the Flood Committee have terms?
The Flood Committee does have terms, but this is a vacancy that is just an unfilled vacancy. It's us filling our 7th spot. So
We will let him know by way of his appointment letter when the term expires
great, thank you.
at that time. Sally heard that, I'm sure. Yeah, I will make a motion to appoint Mr. Steve Glenner to the open position on the Flood Committee.
I will second that and thank him for his interest.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four, Victor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, thank you all. New business. Resolution adopting traffic commission recommendations. And the first one is for a handicap spot on Center Avenue. And this is from a point 100 feet west of the intersection of Fenimore Road to a point 20 feet west thereof. Both sides of Center Avenue. And so this is a resident asked for a handicap spot in an area with not a lot of residents. I just want to point out that a handicap spot does not belong to a particular resident. Any handicapped person with a proper handicap sticker is able to avail themselves of it. But hopefully this will be advantageous to the person who needs it. Any questions or concerns?
So move.
Dan moved.
Second.
Kelly second. Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, the next is lowering the village speed limit on Fenimore Road. When we originally lowered a lot of the speed limits in the community to 25 miles an hour from 30 miles an hour, we thought that Fenimore Road all the way down to Boston Post Road was a county road, but it turns out it's not. It's a Village of Mamaroneck Road. So this is part of trying to get people to drive slower in our community and to have safer streets for pedestrians and bikers, and also for drivers. And what this resolution would do is lower the speed limit to 25 miles per hour on Fenimore Road, its entire length in the Village of Mamaroneck. And that ends a little bit after I-95, if you're heading north. There is a resident who wants to talk about this. Could you get Mr. Tibbet on. Well,
Unmute yourself.
Hello?
hi, Glenn.
Yes, you've basically lowered the speed limits throughout the village, and that's fine. But you have done absolutely nothing to see how it affects the village. I have asked you numerous times to have the police department give you a detailed report. Does anybody get a ticket for 40 miles an hour on Halsted Avenue? Does anybody in the entire village get a ticket for texting? Or is there a reduction in accidents? What are the cause of accidents? If you're going to take the safety of the roads, you know, honestly, if you're going to actually take the safety of the roads to heart, you have to have the information to tell you if what you're doing is actually working. I have not heard one word about the differences between accidents since we've moved to 25 miles an hour. I haven't heard one report about tickets, nothing. What's the point in putting in all these safety regulations if you as a board don't get any feedback to tell you if any of the safety regulations are working or what else you could further do and what areas you have to work on as a board to make the village safer? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I'll make the motion to lower the speed limit to 25 miles per hour on Fenimore Road.
Second,
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Thank you all. Thank you to the Traffic Commission for their usual good job and hard work. Okay, the next is a resolution authorizing execution of contract renewal for grant writing services. This is our grant writing folks, the Millennial Group, Millennial Strategy. They charge us $3,000 a month for grant writing services. Actually, it says, whereas over several years, Millennium has assisted the village in applying for grants. It should be $200,000. With this, what grants in approaching 2 million, 20 million, is that right?
Yeah.
Applying. Mhm.
Okay, they've gotten us about $200,000 so far in the past year. So we got to 20 million. We talked about this in the work session. Any questions or concerns?
Victor, do you want to do this for 6 months or are you comfortable for the year?
I would rather do it myself for the year instead of just, you know, stringing people along again.
I agree. I think the year, I mean, we had a discussion about that. My understanding from the discussion was that the concerns were raised, but we're fine with a year.
And I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
No.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, Jerry.
Yep.
The swings in Harbor Island Park are going to cost us an extra $6,000. Is that correct?
Yeah.
It's Columbus Park, just to correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, in Columbus Park. Just so folks notice, if you go down to Columbus Park, which is, for those who don't know, it's the park behind the train station in Washingtonville. It has basketball courts. It has play equipment for very small children, play equipment for larger children. But what it doesn't have is it doesn't have a swing set. And it is the only neighborhood park that doesn't have a swing set. for all of us who remember being young, and who have recently had young children, kids really like swings. So we have hundreds of thousands of dollars in a fund that developers paid into for recreation fees. And we are going to spend $39,379.04 to put swings in that park that's long been neglected. This is a resolution to approve the extra $6,000. Is that correct?
That's correct. So it started, Mayor, if I could, at $60,000. And then we decided to do some of the work in-house. In addition to that, we moved 2 existing benches in-house, and we were able to negotiate the price down to $6,000 for the installation of a shade structure over the swing set, which was an oversight in the original proposal. We didn't want to lose the structure or the shade structure because it was very important to the overall completion of the play area. So we decided to put our heads together and go from 16,000 to 6,000, and that's what we're asking the board to approve.
I do have a question. This is not being charged directly to the the reserve fund as opposed to the recreation fund, as opposed to charging the recreation fund, putting in the general fund and charging that.
We're taking money out of the recreation, not the recreation budget. This is the recreation fund that is paid for by developers that we've never actually done anything with. We have $400,000. So it won't come out of general funds. It won't come out of reserve funds. It will come out of this
trust
funded recreation fee. And this is what it was supposed to be used for.
That wasn't my question.
Sounded like it.
The question is, we're charging the recreation fund and transferring it to the village fund, if I'm reading the resolution correctly, to just paying the bill directly from the recreation fund. The question is, why are we not doing that?
I don't think there's a capacity to do it. All bills have to go through the general fund.
That's my question. I can't understand why that would be, but.
Augie, please answer that.
It's a capital project and should be paid out of the capital fund. Funds are being transferred over into capital.
From the trust fund to the capital fund, Dan.
Okay. That being asked and answered, nobody have any other issues with it?
I think I'm glad we're doing this. I really am. This had originally, I believe, come to the board's attention through an effort by the Lions Club, who was interested in doing something for the park. And I just don't want them to feel that, I thank them for bringing this to our attention. I think it was urgent enough that I don't want them to think we were stealing it from them. And I encourage them to please consider other projects in the village. We need them everywhere.
Thank you.
Actually, if I may, well, of course, I support everything Kelly said, and I know there's a lot of good volunteers there, so nothing to do with the Lions, actually, amazing work. But actually, this all started with the dogs.
Yeah.
And we talked about dogs in Columbus, and somebody was listening, and somebody said, don't even dogs, we need swings. And I'm glad this moved quickly. Jerry actually, I think, well, it was Jason moved quickly. Money was there, and this is the community. I was at a call, just one call. The community immediately agreed on what to do. Jason moved. This is a good example, and I think also along the same lines as what Kelly's saying, that I know the recreation department is just looking at all the neighborhoods and see what we can do all around the parks. And in this time of constraints, at least go to that fund, as the mayor's pointing out, is pretty significant now, and we can do some improvements, some things that people are really enjoying now that people are more local, working from home, but do need to get out and stretch. So our parks are going to be more and more desirable, and So anything, let's take this as a first move. So I applaud this. And thank you.
All right. That being said, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second,
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes. Communication to the board, round two.
Before you go to communications, Mr. Mayor, I have additions to four on the new business. I'd like to make a motion for D to add the request for expressions of interest for land use council.
Yes. I'll support that. We talked about it.
Are you seconding the motion?
Victor, are you seconding the motion?
I'm seconding the motion. We discussed it in work session. Yes.
Okay. Augustino, call the roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
No.
Trustee Natchez,
Yes.
Trustee Lucas,
Yes.
Trustee Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No.
A motion for E to pass the or to do an RFP as set forth in the information in the work session with an updated date as of today.
Is this a motion to amend the agenda?
No, he made that.
We just did the agenda.
I thought that was just for land use council that the amendment was made.
This is for the Land Use Council.
Got it. And
Dan made the motion.
I made the motion. You need a second.
And
Second,
okay, first of all, there's people with their hands up, and I just want to say I'm wholeheartedly against this. I think the RFP itself is very inartfully crafted. I think that we haven't really, polled the workers, the people who deal with the village attorney on a day-to-day basis to see how it's actually operating now. I think that we have a ton of turnover in the village of Mamaroneck, and I think that turnover is difficult to manage, and it would be nice to have continuity in some department. I think we've been well served by the village attorney. I think that it's a shame. I really do. But that being said, that's what my 2 cents. There's a resident that has his hand up. Mr. Teeger again.
I just want to note that the resolution as was put on the work session has a date of January 2017.
Yeah, I asked for it to be updated through today. Today's
But
date.
it also has a deadline here at the end. Mr. Natchez, since you prepare this.
That's what we're doing.
Deadline is October 30th. So that has to be
November 30th.
that's too late.
Pick a date.
so is this motion withdrawn so that we can, so that you can change this? Language?
It's a discussion on the motion, Kelly.
How do you want that?
What date, Victor, do you think would be, or Nora, do you think would be appropriate?
Let's modify the motion to be I guess, tomorrow's date and do November the 15th. I mean, I think November 30th is a little late.
Sure.
Okay. That's it. Those amendments are acceptable to the maker of the motion.
But you don't want to reconsider? You initially said November 30th. You said too late, but it's this takes, you have to do it properly. So it takes
Well, I've called on Mr. Tinker, and I'm sure he'll help you out. So, Mr. Tinker,
I'm sorry.
I actually put my hand down. I raised my hand because you were moving to communications to the board.
Okay.
But as long as I'm here, I would agree that November 30th is probably a better date, 6 weeks to return a good amount of bids.
Okay, thank you. The motion has been made. It's been, I guess, amended. There's two people who want to speak on it. Let's go to Andrew Spatz and then we'll go to Glenn. Spatz.
I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear me. Good evening, Mayor and members of the board again. Is this the public comment section or am I jumping?
No,
ahead?
this is on for, we haven't gotten the public comment text.
I'm sorry. I thought I had heard it. I apologize. I will.
Not a problem.
withdraw my hand and come right back to you guys. Thank you.
Let's try Glenn.
Is this on the resolution to put a bid out for attorneys?
Yes.
What exactly are you putting the bid out? Because listening to your work session, I don't think you have decided yet whether you want an attorney to represent all three boards or just the planning board. What exactly are you putting the bid out for?
All three boards, Glenn.
Land use boards.
So you're
Actually, it's all four boards. It's all
from the
four
village
land
manager.
use boards.
And is there any other village that does that?
There are other communities that do that.
All three boards?
4.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to give you the warning, and I'll tell Bob. You know, Bob, add 20,000 to your fee when they get the bids back. I think you're playing with fire. I think it's poorly thought out, and it's going to come and burn you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Glenn. Okay.
Clarify the dates so that we can move forward.
Help yourselves.
Mr. Natchez, can you clarify what date are you now?
October 14th should be the date of the, which is tomorrow's date, which was what requested. And let's do November 20th.
Fine.
November 20th?
Yep.
Okay. So you want to put out the RFP that's in the packet with the change dates and you're not changing anything else. Okay. Nothing else, no comments, Augustine will call the roll.
Trustees Winstrup?
No.
Trustee Natchez?
Yes.
Trustee Lucas?
Yes.
Trustee Tofor?
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Absolutely not. Worst idea I've ever voted on. Okay.
I'd like to make another motion to add a 4F, which is the RFP for expressions of interest as a village attorney.
Second.
I'd like to have the changes, the date, it did not have a date at the beginning of October 14th and the return date of November 20th.
This is to hire a village attorney for the village, not a land use attorney.
That is correct, sir.
There was no second on the motion to amend.
I second the motion to amend.
Well, it's acceptable to the, okay, if the changes are acceptable to the seconder, it's acceptable to the maker, so it's already incorporated.
This is the motion to add. It's not the motion to change, it's the motion to add.
Yes.
I seconded the motion to add.
But you were also changing dates on it. You don't change the dates on the motion to add.
Yes.
You have to do that all over again.
If you wish.
Oh, you have to. It's not even if I wish. Oh, you call the roll on this mess.
Trustee Winstrup,
No.
trustee Natchez,
Yes.
trustee Lucas,
Yes.
trustee Tofor,
And you?
Yes.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy,
Hard no.
then I'd like to make a motion for G to have the RFP dated October 14th with a return date of November 20th, as in the package from the work session.
Second.
Okay, I'm gonna make comments. We have right now a person who's in the village on a full-time basis, working day to day with department heads, employees, and that was, an agreement worked out in this deal that we had with the village attorney. We are gonna now go to a position where everybody's saying they want a full-time village attorney, works for the village. We're gonna have a village attorney that's not full-time and that doesn't work for the village. So this is change for change's sake. With the money you're offering, good luck at what you're gonna get.
I would be happy to go to the amended to be a full-time village attorney, but the last time we did that, there wasn't insufficient support for it.
Mhm. Okay,
I don't think staff are going to be served well by this, and I don't think the Board of Trustees will be served well by this. I don't think the residents will be served well by this.
I don't think they appreciate the experience and the depth of knowledge that we have here. And, time will tell. Hey, maybe I'm wrong. Augustino, please call the roll.
trustees Winstrup,
No.
trustee Natchez,
Yes.
trustee Lucas,
Yes.
trustee Tofor,
I can't hear you.
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Murphy,
Yes, 9, no, nay. Okay.
I'd
Anything
like
else?
to make another motion, Mr. Mayor.
For what?
Let me make the motion. I'd like to make a motion for H to put on the agenda the adoption of the local law to amend chapter of the code of the village of Mamaroneck of the mayor and the board of trustees regarding the authority to appoint the clerk treasurer. That's what's in the packet.
Can I just point out something?
Yes.
At least you can make an argument.
Say again?
At least you can make an argument about the village attorney, that it's time sensitive and you need to get it done. There's absolutely no argument to do that here. This is something that, we should do at a regular meeting. It shouldn't be added as a special. It's really absurd.
It's going to be set for a public hearing.
It's really absurd, and it's just ramming this down the throat. And it's bad form and it's bad government. I don't hear a second.
Is there a second to it?
Yeah, I think we should, well, it'll be on our next work session agenda. I think it'll be on our next regular meeting agenda. And I also realized on October 10th, we had a public hearing on the proposed referendum to give the entire board the authority to remove a land use board member. And it was adjourned, but it got dropped. So we're going to have to renotice that. So that probably should go on at the same time.
Okay. So that didn't get a motion, so here we are. The public comment round 2.
Wait, Tom?
What?
We have one more that we have to do, that we need to, the mural.
Do we have to vote on it?
Yeah, our resolution said it needed to come back to us, so I think we should, just to make sure we're all
We
copacetic.
presented it to the board. There were no objections. It didn't say there had to be a vote. I don't care.
I mean,
I had no problem voting on it.
I think we should. I think, I think this, because I think,
Augie, what are we up to here? What,
4I.
okay,
Well, no, 4H, 4I. Yeah, 4I, 4I.
4I. All right.
4H didn't pass.
4I, I'm making a motion to add an item to the agenda.
Second,
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the four,
He's muted, but he said yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay. Tonight at the work session, a preliminary sketch was made and presented to the Board of Trustees that showed a Black Lives Matter mural painted beginning on Mamaroneck Avenue, but not on Mamaroneck Avenue, at the border of Mamaroneck and Van Ranst, going toward Van Ranst, probably, I would bet about 50 yards. And it was very tasteful and very well done, and it will be hopefully done on October 24th. I make a motion that the board, I don't know what I'm making a motion to the board, that the board accepts that location.
and the image,
Image, yeah.
yeah.
You want
It
to
was
second?
an email from the mayor to the mayor to the board, October 13th at 4:18 p.m. So that's where we got the image.
Yeah, you did. That's
So
when
and there's two images there, so we should clarify, is the image
I clarified that it was the one that starts on, it's the one on the right that starts on the closest to the railroad station on Van Ranst, on the corner of Van Ranst and Mamaroneck Avenue, and goes, travels on Van Ranst.
so as depicted in the mayor's email,
Yeah,
October 13th at 4:18 p.m. So that
today, yes, yes, thank you. Nora, you want to second it?
Yeah, I want to second it, and I just would also, I don't know if we have the image, but it's the words Black Lives Matter, and then there's bracketed by two Sankofa birds, which is like a traditional African symbol of sort of hope and peace and love.
Nora
And
seconded it.
connecting to the past to building to the future. So it's sort of like, it's sort of the words with these two, very appropriate images. So I second.
We've seen a call roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, there's public comment round two. I'm gonna go with Rich Limegruber, who's the head of the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you very much, everybody. This is a late evening for all of you, so thank you for being here. I am commenting tonight on I guess the conversation around the restaurants who have been granted the on-street dining. I have 4 pieces of feedback from Chamber of Commerce members. Can I read these out for these members and do this on tonight, or do I need to do it another time?
Well, no, Rich, if you just send them to us, I mean, I think that we're all gonna be on the same page here.
Okay.
You wanna read 1 and 2 that are representative?
Okay. I think, obviously there was discussion about you guys deciding whether or not you wanted to keep the barriers up into November and December. And so the feedback that I've been given from the members obviously has to do with, number one, thanking all of you for tuning to stay in business. And as you might be able to tell from walking down the avenue, everybody is doing very well. And we'd just like to say thank you for everything that you guys have done, including the village and the the department who put up all those all the, the different barriers. So I will forward these over to the village and board, but I think we need to have a discussion before the decision is made to pull the barriers down. And I look forward to having that discussion with you guys, okay?
Thank you, Rich.
All right, thank you, guys. Have a good night.
You too.
Hi, Rich.
Thank you.
Mr. Spatz?
Good evening again, Mayor, members of the board. I like to end meetings on a positive note, and I definitely will get there. But during the course of listening to tonight's meeting, two things came to mind. The first thing I want to address is I'm disheartened to hear that we're losing our village attorney. Mr. Spalzino, Judge Spalzino, who did sit on the appellate division, is incredibly seasoned. I've seen him in numerous different capacities and his staff working late into the night with the various land use boards and commissions and committees, working tirelessly and advocating on behalf of each and every resident that you represent and have been elected by in this community. The revolving door in our community has to stop. The consistency, the knowledge, and familiarity has tremendous benefits. And I am so sorry to see these dedicated individuals who have tirelessly advocated on our behalf leaving. And I'm sorry that I couldn't participate in more dialogue during the course of your meeting about that very issue, not only as an officer of the court, as an attorney, but as a resident and member of this community. Next topic I'll just allude to, the courts are a pillar of our village. I'll have to explore more as to what is being discussed. I certainly support Judge Derrico and Judge Gallagher. They are outstanding justices of our in the judicial system, very well respected by their colleagues on the bench. As someone who practices law, I'm in that court every single week. I see the hard work that the staff put forth, the judges put forth, the village prosecutor. It's a collective effort. And I will tell you this, with the right management of the calendar, not only can it dispense justice, but it also, in terms of revenue, in a non-intrusive manner, could also assist us during these very challenging times economically. I've emailed our village manager and village prosecutor with regards to concepts which other municipalities in our community, our county utilize, or actually I should say our state. And I believe with the presence of our justice in the court, again, it can effectuate and provide and dispense justice, and also serve as a means for us to gain economically. But that's for a different day. I want to end on a positive note. As a coach for Little League, for the soccer league and baseball, I'm hoping that not only members that are usually sitting on the dais, I'm hoping that the members that are listening at home are able to enjoy what's happening in our village right now. Go to Harbor Island. You see kids being kids again, families being families again, coming outside and enjoying the community that we live in. The fields look amazing. The soccer fields, the baseball fields, the parks look great. People are out there with their dogs. I'm thrilled to hear about the resolution you all passed earlier. We are so fortunate to be able to call Mamaroneck home. And we have to think positively. There's so much negativity. We've got to focus on how fortunate that we are. And I thank you, being the members on the board, who are effectuating that and making it possible. Because you go outside on a weekend or even during a weekday now, and you do see people utilizing the infrastructure that's being maintained by our hard employees and individuals working on behalf of our village. So I just hope that everybody has a chance to go outside and take a look at the good things. There are really good things happening, not just in the Sound Shore, but in particular here in our village. So we have to end on a good note. And that's something to take a lot of pride in, Mayor and members of the board, and Jerry and Dan Sarnoff. You guys, it's definitely, I'm hoping you're able to embrace that and see the final product.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia again. Yes, Mr. Garcia.
Yes, I want to thank you for your time. Tonight I heard the whole 5 hours of your agenda. And I'd like to express that, I know you guys, we are all carrying a very difficult task during these times, but I would like to know about the outside dining. I am a restaurant owner, and I would like to know if it's all possible, just like Governor Cuomo had mentioned to the city, that they may have the outside barriers through next winter. I have supplied information on how I plan to keep the customers not only safe, but warm during the winter. It would be greenhouses that are easily well kept clean, but also safe. And I would like to express my sentiments that we would love have the village continue supporting us, because my well-being rise on your decision. If I am forced to lift up the barriers, I'm afraid I am forced to close. So I would like to know if in the next meeting, or what are my expectations from the village of Mamaroneck.
We don't have an answer for you tonight, Mr. Garcia. That's a question that the village manager is going to be working on, but we understand your concern, and I have been heartened to see the restaurants seem to be having a revival.
Yes, because of the barriers. I have to say that's been a wonderful feedback, not only from, economically, but also from the residents and outside residents. They're very excited and they love what they see, what we all have done collectively.
Right. Okay. We'll be in touch, Mr. Garcia, I promise you.
Thank you so much. Would this be because, and I'm sorry, I wrote the whole agenda with you guys, because I was told by Miss Courtney Wong, that this was going to be part of the agenda, and I didn't hear anything.
No, it wasn't on the agenda, but yeah, you can check the agenda online in the future. But
okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Sorry for the miscommunication she may have given me, but that's exactly what she gave me. So,
it's all right. No problem, sir. Have a good evening.
You too.
All right, let's do Glenn, then Stuart, then Brian from 604 Thompson. Hi, Glenn. Mr. Tippett, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hi, Glenn.
Just to reiterate, board members, you're going to have to wake up to the fact that if you're going to treat your village employees like this, you're not going to have them. You're starting to cause a dissent that's going to go throughout your organization. And when you have an organization like that, your best people are going to be looking to go elsewhere, because nobody wants to work in a place where people feel there's an axe hanging over their heads. I think you made a really poor decision. And then I don't know what your power grab is with the clerk treasurer. If the Mayor's Association's New York State says that's the law, really, do you have to have that authority? Is that what the village has come to? We have to have 5 mayors? Because that's what it really seems like. It seems like everybody wants to be the mayor. If you want to be the mayor, run for mayor. So a couple other things. I know that we're getting long into the year, and I think Jerry's looking to make a presentation in December to look how we're doing with our finances. That's what I heard mentioned at the budget meeting. A couple of things to look at. Where are we with the mortgage tax? Where are we with the sales tax? Now that we're talking apples and apples, the price increase started August last year. So August, September, October, you'll be apples to apples with what you're collecting in sales tax this year over last year. How are we doing with the tennis courts? Parking still looks light around the train station. I saw 120 cars. But at the same time, you also had a revalve in Mamaroneck, which probably is going to increase the amount of you're bringing in. Even if you only raise your property tax 1%, you're looking at people, we're looking at 10, 15% raising their property tax just for the fact that the values of properties in Mamaroneck have significantly increased over the last 5 to 10 years. So that's something maybe you have the budget committee look at, projections of where your property tax is going up. The other thing that you have to be aware of is not this year, but next year, the year after, is certiorarities coming in on commercial properties. Because if you're not getting the rent that you got before, or you have a vacant property, you're going to start to see the certiorarities start to come in. But, you know, I think that you got really good management, and you just have to be aware and stay on top of your numbers. You got an excellent staff. Don't overburden them. You don't have to, every single meeting, you don't have to pass 3 laws. And start taking your time with the laws. Allow the public to speak. Again, the dog law today, boom, had to be passed today. Why can't you introduce a law, let people speak on it a second meeting, vote it on the third meeting? Is it so difficult to allow people to absorb, hear exactly what the law is? You would have solved yourself so many problems with the Black Lives Matter if you had let those proponents come in, make a presentation. That way people knew what the facts were before they started to comment on them. Some people thought the village was doing it. Some people thought that it was going to be over here. Some people thought you were telling them where they had to put it. If you had let them come in, make a presentation at the board, let everybody absorb it, let everybody comment the next meeting and the following meeting, voted on it, you wouldn't have had to vote it down the first time. You would have had no controversy with it. It would have been, oh, community, oh, this is what they want to do. The last thing is, what is the exact date that they're looking to paint, time and date that they're looking to paint the mural? And are they still looking to perhaps do a fundraiser for a scholarship tied to that Black Lives Matter unveiling? Thank you.
They're doing it on the 24th, and you can go down and ask them about the scholarship. Thank you, Glenn. Next up, Brian, 604 Tompkins.
Hey, thank you very much. I've had the pleasure of listening to every minute of tonight's meeting. And one of the things that kind of alarmed me a little bit was, I'm sorry, say again?
What's your name, sir?
Brian Williams from 604 Tompkins Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I had the pleasure of listening to all of tonight's meeting, and I was a little alarmed to hear you start to talk about metered parking on Boston Post Road, especially in the area between Sedona Tap House and 422 Boston Post Road. This building right here at 604 Tompkins Avenue does not have a parking lot, and the parking for this building takes up that 200 feet of curbside from the corner of our property to the no parking sign at East Boston Post Road and North Berry Avenue. And it also continues from Beach Avenue down towards 422 Boston Post Road. If you make that all metered parking, you're going to force all of those cars into the residential neighborhood. And just to give you some perspective, this evening, I'm parked almost all the way down on Brook Street, down Beach Avenue. All of Walnut Avenue, parking is taken. There's no parking on Pine Street. So you're going to be forcing people to park on Melbourne Avenue. You're going to be forcing people to park on Brook Street. You're going to force parking from this building way far into this neighborhood. So I think you need to really seriously consider the unintended consequences of a proposal like that, especially since a very large portion of this property is still working from home, including myself.
Thank you, Brian. You got one?
Stuart, unmute yourself.
Hi, I'd like to finish up. But first, respectfully, Mayor, it was disappointing that you took the opportunity of the pandemic to restrict public comment on agenda items. But this is still a public meeting, even though you're sitting there in the office and other folks are sitting at home. And all the constitutional issues around a public meeting come down on this space. So I would hope going forward, you would, if you're going to cut me off at 5 minutes, you cut everybody off at 5 minutes. You don't pick and choose who you want to hear from. So I was on 207 Grand. 207 Grand subdivision has been an 8-year grift, almost successfully completed this past March with the issuance of a building permit. As I have documented to the board, the ex-village planner and current village attorney worked with the developer to circumvent the required planning board review of this subdivision. They ignored the fact that the subdivision as filed is not zoning compliant. They ignored the fact that ZBA was told by the applicant's attorney that the plan would need to go back to the planning board. They ignored the fact that ZBA members believed that they would be able to make recommendations to the planning board about their areas of concern. The ZBA went so far as to include in their motion to grant the variances that, quote, the planning board has to approve. Because of the immense amount of problems with plans, after excavation and setting up the foundation forms, work has ceased for the last 2 months. But for some reason, developers have not been returned to the planning board for required review and approval of new subdivision. This is by the 3 that I've mentioned are by no means a complete list of the current projects where the building department has ignored requirements of village code to enable developers to increase their profit to the detriment of residents. Village managers should well know the historic problem with the village building department. At the first Board of Trustees meeting he attended, he was given a blow-by-blow of 5 other projects similarly gamed for developers' benefit. Residents deserve a building department that protects the environment, their property, and quality of life. Residents deserve staff that respect the responsibilities and authority of our volunteer boards. At the end of the day, the buck stops with the Board of Trustees. If the village manager cannot stand up a building department that will protect residents' interests by controlling rapacious developers, I believe the board needs to become actively involved in resolving this problem. Thank you. I hope you get home soon. Good night.
Okay. Let's see what else we have. The clerk treasurer, nothing. The village attorney, not much. Village attorney. Minutes, boards, commissions, and committees. Minutes of Board of Trustee work session, a regular session of September 29th, and a special meeting of September 21st, 2020. Minutes of the Board of Traffic Commissioners meeting of September 8th, 2020. Minutes of the Arts Council meeting of September 6th, 2020. Minutes of the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee of July 28th, 2020. Minutes of the Committee for the Environment of July 21st, 2020. Okay. As was mentioned before, early voting starts next Saturday at the Mamaroneck Town Center. No matter where you live in the Westchester County, you can go to an early voting location and tell them where you live, and they will print out the ballot that is appropriate for your area. So, beat the lines on election day, and I hope everybody gets a chance to get out and vote. I know I'll be voting on Saturday the 24th, just to get it out of the way. Need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.